Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, good morning and welcome to Day 2 of the 4th AlBaraka Summit here in London. It is a pleasure to see this room once again full with the same sense of purpose and curiosity that defined our conversations yesterday. Summits like this work because people return the next day ready for more, not to just listen, but to engage, to challenge ideas, and to help shape what the future of the Islamic economy will look like. And your presence here this morning tells us that the momentum that we built yesterday wasn't just inspiring, it was meaningful. And today, we continue that journey, but with an even more forward-leaning lens. If Day 1 helped us understand the landscape, Day 2 is about understanding where we go from here. It's about examining how we translate ideas into models, how we turn interest into investment, and how we transform potential into real economic value. Today is designed to be slightly more technical, slightly more strategic, and definitely more action-oriented. We'll be looking at the mechanisms that can strengthen global Islamic finance, whether through new regulatory tools, more innovative investment structures, or greater collaboration between markets that traditionally haven't worked together closely. We'll also explore what it takes to make Islamic finance more competitive, not just within its own ecosystem, but within the broader financial system that now demands both ethics and efficiency. Day 2 also invites us to think more boldly about collaboration. One of the clear themes that emerged yesterday was that the Islamic economy has outgrown the idea of being a niche. It is influencing supply chains, investment flows, consumer behavior, fintech innovation, and policy thinking well beyond its origin markets. And that reality calls for a deeper, more coordinated approach across borders, across financial centers, and of course, across industries. Today, you will hear from experts who are working directly on these intersections. People who understand not just what Islamic finance is, but what it can become when supported by the right institutional frameworks and the right market tools. Yesterday, we saw partnerships being discussed, ideas being exchanged, and new perspectives emerging from spontaneous conversations. So today, I encourage you to lean even further into that. Share a thought, challenge a concept, ask a question, because those interactions are often where the next big project, the next collaboration, or the next policy idea truly begins. So as we begin this new day together, I invite you to carry forward the curiosity, the ambition, and the sense of shared responsibility that made yesterday so special. On behalf of the organizers, thank you once again for being part of this community, for contributing your insight, and for helping us explore what New Horizons really means for the future of Islamic finance and global markets. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let us officially begin Day 2 of the 4th AlBaraka Summit. I'd like to introduce you to our keynote speaker of the day. He is a leader whose work sits at the heart of Turkey's economic vision and global investment strategy. He oversees the country's investment agenda, international financial partnerships, and long-term economic positioning. Under his leadership, Turkey has strengthened its role as a dynamic, resilient, and globally connected economy, one that continues to attract strategic capital, foster innovation, and build bridges across international markets. His insights today come at a pivotal time as global investors look increasingly to markets that blend stability, opportunity, and forward-thinking regulation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the President of Investment and Finance Office of the Presidency of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Mr. Ahmet Burak Dağlıoğlu.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here with you, and I was following up the discussions yesterday, and today we are happy to be on the stage. So I'll go through a presentation just to make sure that the verbal communication is supported by some visuals. And I will try to elaborate how we are trying to grow the industry in Turkey, and I will make a kind of a special emphasis on the importance of the international collaboration. So as is introduced by the MC, This is Presidency Investment Finance Office. Our mission is to facilitate capital inflows to the country. And one specific mandate is on the Islamic finance side. So we have a mandate to develop, deepen the Sharia-compliant financial, markets in the country. So this is a kind of, overview of, what we have done, in this, area in the Islamic finance since 1980s. So the real, takeoff, or growth was during the leadership of President Erdogan. If you remember, back in 2003, when he took the office, he made many reforms. And definitely one of the reforms was in the Islamic finance side. So under the banking law, we introduced the participation banking law. And similarly, throughout time, we introduced similar products in the participation insurance, like tekaful side, or participation capital markets side. So in Turkey, this Sharia compliant is referred as the participation, katılım in Turkish. Because in the following pages, you will see a lot of katılım word, which means participation, which is halal. So, in the previous term, during the presidency, finance office was, developing the strategy. We initiated to develop a new legislative framework because we believe that for further growth, we need to change the legislation in Turkey. So the current picture is like that. The banking is run by the Banking Regulatory Authority, the capital markets is run by the Capital Market Boards, and the insurance-related activities are regulated by the Insurance Authority. So there are three, main actors for the regulation. Of course, we have some other institutions, and their all power comes from law. So we need to go to the parliament to ask for a new law to develop the industry. A kind of short snapshot. What is the share of participation banking in Turkey? So you can see that the assets of banking industry is close to $1 trillion, and you can see the share of the participation banks. It is a little over 8%. So in the previous term, 2 decades ago, it was much more lower. We had some attempts, reforms, legislation, and we achieved this level. But we are not able to grow further, with the current, picture. So how about the insurance? Actually, it was quite new. And, among the Muslim community, in my opinion, awareness about the halal insurance is very low. Even, personally, I had this, understanding just a few years ago. So I switched all those, traditional, conventional ones to Sharia-compliant one, and we are trying to actively promote it. So I think the real growth is coming from the capital market side, as the nature of the business as well. And you can see that, these are some new issuances or, outstanding, sukuks in the country. So it is roughly, around 12% of the, annual issuances or outstanding sukuks, which is a kind of, very important thing. Maybe you heard about the news yesterday. State-owned companies, Turkish Petroleum is gonna, issue $4 billion of sukuk to invest in oil field projects. And similarly, our wealth fund, we are quite active in the sukuk market because, we have some projects and we are issuing sukuks. I think this trend will definitely continue. So we can see some, other capital markets, verticals. This growth includes the inflation because it's in Turkish lira. Do not be, I don't want to, create a kind of misunderstanding, but it is still, above the inflation. So you can see that there is a real growth in all, sub-verticals of the capital markets. And we are, as the Presidency Investment Finance Office, we are focusing a lot on the deepening of the capital markets because we believe in, the merits and the potential is definitely higher. So this is the picture for the participation banking. You can see that on the private side, we have 4 actors. Out of 4, 3 of them have international investors. On the private digital side, these are, these new fintechs. So it is attracting international capital as well. And the last 4 are public. So you can see that state is actively encouraging the development of the participation banking in Turkey. So another, vertical is insurance. Up until a few years ago, we had window system. So conventional insurance companies were offering tekaful products. But a few years ago, we said that, okay, the market is mature enough. Now you have to go for, separate operations. So, and, these are current tekaful companies. 4 of them are private. Again, you can see that there are capitals, shareholders from the Gulf, Neva Sigorta, for example, or Katılım Emeklilik. And the last one is a public attempt. We established this company 3 years ago as Turkey Wealth Fund, which I'm a member of the board. So as the public authority, and our chairperson is the President Erdogan, with his vision, we are willing to grow tekafül business in Turkey. So these are the major players, in the fund side, capital market side. So you can see that it is a more crowded picture. So even conventional banks are quite active through their subsidiaries in the capital markets to issue skooks, to offer some Sharia-compliant ETFs and etc. So it is getting attention of the conventional players as well. So as a last slide, maybe to understand the picture in Turkey, this is the Istanbul Stock Exchange. Total market capitalization is like close to $350 billion. Out of that, almost 30% is the participation index companies. So I think this is a good picture. And on the investor side, because individually we have more than 6 million investors, and almost 70% of them have some exposure to participation products or companies, let's say. So we think that individually there is a huge interest for more Sharia compliant companies on the stock exchange. So you can see that there are so many articles mentionings in main policy documents of the country. I will not go through all of them. But in our core, economic program is identified in the development plan of the country, and for the 3 years of periods, we prepare a medium-term program. In all those main programs, you can see that there is a kind of will to increase the share of Sharia-compliant products in the financial system. So I mentioned about a kind of attempt to offer a new legislation. So our target is to definitely grow the ecosystem, and we would like to prepare a new law which is more comprehensive, because currently the participation products are under some different conventional laws and legislations, and we would like to create a totally separate one for the Sharia compliant one. And definitely we would like to introduce some new platforms or entities. I think one of the most important is participation finance standards board, because it will create a kind of uniqueness among the players, and this can contribute to the growth of the ecosystem in the country. Another recent development, our strategy. Back in 3 years ago, our colleagues prepared a strategy, and we implemented it. So we achieved some of the part. We haven't achieved some of the part yet, like the legislation, because it's subject to the approval of the parliament. But we are working on a new strategy for the following years. So if there is any one willing to contribute to our studies, it is more than welcome. Maybe some of you knows our head of department, Mr. Tarık Akın, Dr. Tarık Akın. So he is leading these efforts, and your contribution is more than welcomed. And maybe last, one of the last slides, we introduced a new zone in Turkey. It is technically a property development, but it is Istanbul Financial Center project. It is to encourage financial service exports from Istanbul. So if it is a kind of financial service export company or business case, you get some certain corporate income tax deductions, plus there are some advantages on the individual income taxes. Commodity traders are also encouraged to come here. If the goods are not going through Turkey, if this is a kind of global trade, financing of the global trade, such companies are also enjoying 50% decrease deduction on their corporate income tax. And in this area, we would like to encourage more participation finance companies are growing from Istanbul to offer products to surrounding region. Because what we see, as you know, Istanbul is a well-connected city. It is at the nexus of 3 continents, Africa, Europe, and Asia, and we have deep roots in terms of history, the ethnical relations with Central Asia. It's a kind of Muslim society, very close to Europe, and etc. So we believe that it is more than a physical connectivity. There is a huge narrative behind that, and we believe that the conventional businesses like Turkey is already a manufacturing hub. Turkey is already an R&D hub for multinationals to reach out to the region. Turkey is already a logistic hub, management hub for many multinationals. So we believe that Islamic finance players can come to Turkey to reach out to the surrounding region, and we are incentivizing their efforts. So I mentioned about our efforts to grow the industry in the country through some domestic policies and etc. But we believe in the international collaboration, because we are talking about Islamic finance, and we have seen the numbers yesterday. It represents almost a little over 1% of the global financial system. So if we cannot grow the whole global volume, the domestic growth will be very limited. So with that perspective, thanks to Dr. Yusuf Alavi, we introduced Istanbul edition of the AlBaraka summits in the last 2 years. We have been having the event, and President Erdogan is honoring the event. I think this is a kind of indicator of the highest level of attention to such an event. And it is really a global event now, thanks to, again, the team in the AlBaraka Summit. And we are encouraging you to join this event in Istanbul. Most probably it will be around May or June. The date is not defined, but I'm sure that you will hear about that. So our intention, in short, is to grow our international collaboration. So our recent campaign is Nexus. We believe that Turkey is the nexus of the world. And we can, convert it or multiply it to the participation finance area as well. So I'll be around here. So my colleagues are around here. If you have any, things to be discussed, feel free. Thanks for your, time. Thank you for, listening to me. And I wish really a kind of, successful event, because this event is beyond our, let's say, presence here. It's really a responsibility during a kind of challenging time globally. We are all talking about some geopolitical crisis, some commercial crisis, financial crisis, increasing debt burden on the nations, individuals. Dr. Halal was talking about the student debts and etc. I think this is not just for the Muslims. So it is really for the well-being of the humanity. It is for the sustainability of the world, and we have to amplify this to larger communities. Thank you again. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Daloğlu, for your contributions. Esteemed guests, we will now turn to our fifth panel discussion of the summit. It's a session that brings us to one of the most crucial engines of economic acceleration in any society. It's the chambers of commerce. These institutions, or before we move on to the session, I'm hearing that we want to honor Mr. Daloğlu. Daloğlu, if I can get you back up on the stage with me here, because we want to honor your participation in our summits today. My apologies for skipping that. If I can have you to the center of the stage. I would also like to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Yusuf Khalawi, to the stage to present the certificate to our guest of honor today. Thank you once again to Mr. Daloğlu for his contributions. As I was saying, the fifth panel discussion of our summit. I was mentioning the chambers of commerce being a crucial part of the economic acceleration in any society. These institutions, they have long been seen as a space for business networking, but today's conversation goes way far beyond that traditional role. As the needs of Muslim businesses evolve and as the global halal and Islamic economy expands, chambers are becoming more strategic platforms moving forward. With that, I'd like to welcome the moderator of this panel discussion, the Director of International Relations at the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development, Ms. Alia Jafar. Ms. Alia, if I can have you here. Thank you. Joining Ms. Alia are the Chief Executive Officer of the AlBaraka Bank South Africa and board member of the Minara Chamber of Commerce of South Africa, Mr. Shabir Chauhan. The Chairperson of the Federation of the Islamic Association of New Zealand Advocacy, Mr. Ghulam Abdul Razak. Welcome. The President of the Turkish Cypriot Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Turgay Deniz. Welcome. And the President of the Thai Muslim Trade Association, Mr. Marut Mekloy. Over to you, Ms. Jafar.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. Assalamu alaikum, good morning, and welcome to this important session titled Chambers of Commerce as Engines of Economic Acceleration and business networking. Over the past day, we have journeyed across multiple areas of the Islamic economy, from policy insight and regulatory reform to banking innovation, investment diversification, and purpose-driven entrepreneurship. Day one reminded us that the Islamic economy is no longer confined to geography or demography. Its principles, ethics, inclusivity, and shared prosperity are finding resonance across the world in both Muslim majority and non-Muslim societies. Today's dialogue continues that momentum by turning to the private sector enablers who give life to these frameworks, the chambers of commerce. Across the globe, from Thailand and South Africa to New Zealand and Northern Cyprus, Muslim business chambers are evolving from traditional networking bodies into strategic engines of empowerment and policy influence. They connect entrepreneurs to finance and markets, advocate for enabling business environments, and build bridges between communities and governments. Here in London, a global capital for finance, trade, halal innovation, this discussion takes on special significance. The experiences shared by our panelists today can inspire how the UK Muslim business community strengthens its collective voice and deepens its engagement with the wider Islamic economy. It is therefore my pleasure to welcome our distinguished speakers here today. We'll start with a brief presentation by Mr. Marut McCloy. He is the president of the Thai Muslim Trade Association.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin wa bihi nasta'in. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billahi al-aliyyil azim. His Excellency Yusuf Hassan Kalawi, dignitaries, guests of honors, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me today. Good morning. It's an honor for me to be here. It's actually my first time to be in the city of London, and I'm overwhelmed with the feeling since yesterday. There's so many knowledge, experience shared with all of us here this morning. And on the first day of the summit, I think we have heard many findings and revelations based on months or even years of research and dedicated studies. However, my stories today will be a little different. It will be more personal. It will be real-life experiences that I and my association, Thai Muslim Trade Association, TMTA, have come across over the past few years since we have become associated with the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development, the ICCD. These are not theoretical frameworks or academic research, but the lived realities of what happens when a Chamber of Commerce in a non-Muslim country gains access to the global Islamic economic network. My presentation over the next 10 minutes will attempt to answer three key questions that have been asked of me. The first question is, since joining ICCD, how has my association enhanced its ability to connect Thai Muslim entrepreneurs with partners in OIC countries and beyond? The second question, in what way can Thailand halal industry serve as a bridge between ASEAN and the wider Muslim world? And the third question is, which innovation or policy measures have been most effective in positioning Thailand as a halal hub, and what lesson might be hold for chambers in the UK? So my presentation will be designed to answer this question. So let me start before I answer those questions, I'd like to just give you some ideas of the landscape of the Islamic economy in Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, we are a nation of 75 million people, and the Muslim in Thailand account for less than 10%, maybe between 6 to 7 million people in Thailand. And in Bangkok alone, we have a Muslim population of about 1 million. But we are a minority, yes, but we are a significant minority contributing to the society economically, politically, and in so many different ways. To give you an understanding of the clear picture of how it works in Thailand in terms of halal economy, we have the king, His Majesty the King, appointed Sheikhul Islam as the leader of Islamic affairs in Thailand, who serves as the president of the Central Islamic Committee of Thailand, or the SICOT, which is the country's authorized body responsible for halal certification all over Thailand. And under that, we have many other organizations working to support the Thailand's halal industry. And to many of you, I think it would be to your surprise for many of you that being a non-Muslim country, SICOT, or the Central Islamic Committee of Thailand, has under its supervision probably one of the biggest numbers of halal certified products under its supervision. We have more than 200,000 halal certified SKUs of all the products in Thailand that is certified by the Central Islamic Committee of Thailand. And for your information, 95%, more than 95% of that certified products are owned by non-Muslims. So that could give you an idea that how the non-Muslim contribute significantly to the halal economy, Islamic economy in my country. So we have more than 15,000 halal food producers and 3,600 registered mosques across 66 provinces. And more importantly, we have the world-famous Halal Science Center at the Chulalongkorn University, recognized by the Malaysian Halal Journal as the world's first dedicated halal science institution, founded in 2003 with the direct government support by the Associated Professor Dr. Vinay Dahlan, who has been named one of the world's 500 most influential Muslims for the past 13 years. This organization has been among the world's best halal science center. And coming from a non-Muslim country, this is very, very important. Our organization, Thai Muslim Trade Association, was first founded in 2015 in Ramadan. I am the third president of the organization. Today we have more than 400 members who are Muslim and non-Muslim. But for the non-Muslim to become our member, they have to have halal certified products. Then they can become our members, as you can see. So, but before our association with ICCD, we were merely a group of business people getting together, trying to do good things for our small circles of society, of people and people in our proximity. That's all we could do. But then, when along came the invitation from ICCD, who probably have observed that for a while, and they decided to invite us to represent Thailand in the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development. I have to tell you that ICCD has been around for as long as I live, which they were founded in 1977, which was the year I was born. So, but I have never heard of ICCD, to be honest, but that's not a surprise for many Thai people, because in order to become an ICCD member, you have to be a national chamber of commerce of a Muslim country. So that's why our national chamber of commerce never qualified to become an ICCD member. So therefore, for many people in Thailand, we never heard of that before. But then when we learned about ICCD and we decide to accept the invitation and become their member, things changed tremendously for us, for so many different ways. So that's to answer the first question. Yeah, sure. Okay, so that's that. Okay, so that's the first part of my presentation, and then we'll come back to answer some of the questions later. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. McCloy. I believe we have a video to play. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. And, you know, while you were speaking, I was thinking that we should actually have little baby sessions of the AlBaraka summits leading up to the one in London, maybe in each of the countries, you know, because for Thailand, at least, what I heard, the depth of the products and the services, it's enough to have and host something. So thank you for that. Now, moving on to Mr. Abdul Razak, chairperson of the Federation of Islamic Associations of New Zealand. I'd like to invite you to please share your presentation. Thank you.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Morena, in the language of our indigenous people, the Maori. When we were first invited to this, we were wondering whether we were eligible, because here we were looking at fintech, here we were looking at Islamic financial institutions, major corporations, major companies, and there we were in New Zealand. Those are the three questions we'll be answering. But just to give you the context of where I'm coming from, we are talking about a country which has 23 million sheep. In fact, when I just came on this 29-hour flight, the last visual thing you'll see as you fly out of Auckland is the hills full of New Zealand lamb. It's also the first thing you'll see when you arrive. 100,000 people, if you break it down to demographics, we have around about 26,000 who would be in the demographics for Islamic finance or buying houses. And of that, if you break it down further, which we have, you're talking about a market size of about 2,000 maximum. So when the Islamic Bank of Australia approached us for me to be a director, I said, well, would love to be, but you know, the window approach would be more appropriate than a bank. Plus, we have some regulatory context that we have to overcome. Halal certification started in the 1980s. You know, these questions that we were given, in fact, with AI and ChatGPT and others, you can get the answers within 2 minutes. So what I'd like to do is rather make what I would call a reflective analytical approach. So halal started in the 1980s, but the actual story goes to 1962. And that story has a real significance in the context of where we are today. In 1962, there was a gentleman in Auckland who was asked by the New Zealand Meat Board. This is 1962, a bit before when my colleague there was born. He said, look, New Zealand we have a lot of lamb, and European Union England, Mother England they used to call, we supply all the lamb to UK, but things may happen which may go awry, which it did when UK joined the EU. Of course, the lamb supply stopped. He said, well, why don't you go off and get a halal certification so we can start exporting? That was in 1962. So they put him on a plane, a propeller plane, and off he went to Malaysia. The Sultan of Johor said, okay, show us how you do halal certification. And he did, and he got a certificate. He came back, and New Zealand exporters started Meat Board started saying, okay, we can now start exporting. This is long before technology took over and all these trade bodies and like. And I'll bring the relevance of that to this meeting. And we have what we call a halal integrated approach. Now, to talk about that, one of the key lessons, and a formal nexus with government, that's another thing that we're going to talk about as part of my presentation. What we have in New Zealand is our organization, Federation. We were very happy where we were. Small organization, in international terms. We had about 90 mosques up and down the country, mostly immigrants, first generation immigrants, second generation starting. But then came March 15th, 2019. 51 Shuhada and Masjid al-Nur. That changed the entire landscape, threatscape, and informationscape of New Zealand. March 15th was the turning point for Muslims and Islam in New Zealand. We suddenly had a situation where there we had a safe New Zealand image shattered by a terrorist. Unthinkable in New Zealand, and happened to be a mosque which I used to be a president of and helped build when it was started. So we know many of the people there intimately. It's a small community after all. What we had then, we started planning, which we had never do. Our organization is all composed of volunteers. I myself, my background is in, we do World Bank and Asian Development Bank programs in about 47 different countries, and I head that organization. We decided to plan. Our president is an aviation engineer. We're all professionals. And we decided, no, what we have to do is have a strategic, planned approach. So we developed what we call the business capacity, and the business you can see over there. So our journey just started, 2019, 2020. We're 5 years old. We joined the ICCD about 3 years ago. And our story now is such that I'm giving you a snapshot. It's like the picture yesterday somebody was talking about a marathon race. I thought it was a very important one. The image, where you are standing, you see who's running. Well, we are at the end. We will be the tortoise, put it that way. So the journey is starting, and you'll see this, the business council is what we are trying to aim for. We have set it up, and we'll have multiple things. So the takeaway from this slide is that March 15th was a turning point. We said, no, we will start on a planned basis. And we sent people all abroad. We looked at what's happening right around the world. Based on that, we have an evidence-based approach. Trusted halal certification, bridge with national regulatory framework, and social cohesion. These are the three key elements of our strategic approach. What that means is this. We will not compromise on what is halal. And here, I think there's an incredible role for ICCD. Yesterday we heard that, it doesn't matter, there's a misalignment sometimes with the ulama and the technocrats on the definitions and the parameters. And we have that also in New Zealand. But FIANZ takes an approach, the halal certification, halal economy has to be on a unified basis. And the other thing that we have done is in New Zealand, we work with the government, we work with the industry as one united voice. I was just the immediate past chairperson of the Halal Industry Forum, which included the ministries, the industry, that's the dairy industry, the red meat industry, the poultry, and all the other industries, as well as the halal certifiers. And social cohesion, that is the bottom line for us. Unity amongst the Muslims and inclusiveness in approach. Without that, it can't work. It's like the Porter thesis of the 80s. Unless you are strong in your home ground, you'll never be strong internationally. So that's one of the key elements that we will. In terms of figures, and that's one of the few figures I'm going to give to you, although we are 100,000 people, our contribution is not insignificant. Annually, we contribute about $6 billion. That's $6 billion for New Zealand dollars, and 3.7 in red meat alone. This is the halal economy. And we have value chain across sectors and countries. Sectors mean not just the food sector, but the other sectors which are emerging, what we call the lifestyle and pharmaceutical and like. And the outlook is we take advantage of New Zealand's clean green image for halal food and beverage, lifestyle wellness, that includes cosmetics and pharmaceutical, and tourism. Very important, the tourism sector. I won't talk about the markets, but it's very important for you to realize that our single biggest halal market for New Zealand is China. You combine all the countries together, and still China is the biggest. Then comes US, then comes Canada and like, and then Europe, and then UK. Then comes the other Muslim countries. So this is in terms of red meat. So you can see it's a very varied approach that we have. And this is the key aspect to what we would call our key enabler, or key success factor. In New Zealand, what we have done is we've had a New Zealand Inc. approach, where animal welfare, food safety, and halal certification is all combined into one halal scheme. So we work with the ministries, we work with the industry body. So in other words, the legitimacy carries on. We don't have to ask for approval. The approval system is there for everybody to see. So that kind of integration gives us an enormous power, to the point that we have the government, the ministries, the meat industry, companies, and approved halal organizations, all working together for enhanced halal operations. It's a New Zealand Inc. approach. Smallness, we take care of that strength. And here's the interesting thing. Tell me one other country where our Prime Minister goes to Malaysia to talk about halal meat and sign an agreement. Our Foreign Minister goes to Indonesia to sign a halal meat agreement. So, it's not, as you were saying, niche. It's gone mainstream. So New Zealand's economy is significantly linked with the halal economy. And that has happened as a result. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has been kind to us, but strategic planning. Planning, as we say, since 2019. And you can see our meat industry and others, we all welcome on a unified basis. It's only after that we decided, let's explore our own market to see how strong we are and how united we are in this. So we had our first Halal Expo. Got another 2 minutes. I'll finish within 1 minute. That Halal Expo, we had 2 ministers open. We had 10% of our population, Muslim population, attend, and a significant proportion of non-Muslims. So what we've got is an approach which is from paddock to policy, as we call it. And that's the paddock we were talking about when you leave Auckland. And masjid to ministry. And it's quite interesting to note that yesterday, His Excellency Yusuf Kalawi talked about the student loan. In New Zealand, the government does give student loan to all students, and it's interest-free. Unheard of anywhere else in the world. So finance provides the Islamic value, government provides the regulatory, experts provide the world-class quality, and halal is the political party, the halal. So the pivotal role of the Islamic Chamber of Commerce, and this is what I want to end with, it's beyond B2B. For us, we joined because the halal economic development platform that this gives, the standardization of the halal economy and the various, the certification rules and regulations, and finally, the nexus with the government sector and the private sector. It's a mad model, if you want to put it that way, which brings value and value creation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It is extremely impressive to learn the way the Islamic Association is working so closely with the support of the government, and I believe this is something that can be shared as a best practice as well for the others to sort of replicate in their countries. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to move to Mr. Shabir Chauhan, CEO, AlBaraka Bank, South Africa, as well as the board member of Manara Chamber of Commerce, which is the Muslim Registered Chamber of Commerce in South Africa. Welcome. So I would like to know about your experience, as Manara is an ICCD affiliate as well. How has the partnership enhanced your chamber's role in representing Muslim entrepreneurs? And what lessons could the UK Muslim business community draw from that experience? Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, and good morning, everyone. I think the Manara Chamber of Commerce, Sheikh Yusuf Kalawi, he visited South Africa in 2022, and 23 and 24. The first time he came across and he said, Shabir, I want you to join the Manara Chamber of Commerce. I could not see the wisdom of his request, being a busy CEO of a bank. So the first year, I did not follow his instructions. The second year, he came across and said, I'm not asking you, I'm instructing you to join the Manara Chamber of Commerce, which he did. And I became a director of the Manara Chamber of Commerce, which was established some 25 years ago, way back in the year 2000. And coinciding with my appointment as a director of the Manara Chamber of Commerce, managed to get funding to join the ICCD, and the benefits has been substantial. I could not see the wisdom at that stage, but kind of going in. And the reason I'm saying that is that it's giving the Manara Chamber of Commerce, which was established as a local business chamber, now giving it an international perspective. Associating its members with international conferences, international forums. And for me, I think the prestige of having the chamber associated with ICCD was quite significant. The relationship, as you know, chambers are historically changing in its makeup, because you can get any information you want from the internet or from ChatGPT. So the whole role has changed, and now the chambers are playing a more collaborative approach. They are looking at collaboration, courses, and I think also having established with the other chambers, the other conventional chambers are much bigger than Manara. But people look at it as they're not too concerned about the size of a chamber. They're just looking at an organization that's coming across together. And when you're speaking to government and you're speaking to everyone else, you've got a representation. You've got the Manara Chamber of Commerce. And I think in that way, that was quite significant. So I'll come back to the role of the UK side. So the chamber obviously promoting the whole Sharia networking opportunities, trying to make sure that companies are involved in Sharia basis of doing trade. And the credibility boost has been quite significant. So that's the whole background. My involvement over the last 2 years has been to promote that. I think from a UK point of view, from what I understand, there are different Chamber of Commerces, but it's based for each community. And there's no one central Chamber of Commerce. So my kind of advice is that you've got to have a more strategic approach and have a chamber that's consolidating all the regional chambers or the community chambers, because I do believe that the collective approach will be more recognized by government. If you go across and say that you're representing the UK Chamber of Commerce or the Islamic Chamber of Commerce in the UK, I think government and other authorities, and especially even the media, will take that a bit more seriously. The second issue is that you're getting the best of breeds. You're getting people from across all different communities coming together and playing a role. And when I say this, historically the problem has been with funding, but once you have a chamber that's representing a number of organizations, believe me, funding do come in. The banks will be playing a role, other companies will be playing a role, etc. And just the opportunities to go and lobby is quite significant. One central chamber to go across and to lobby with government. So the whole issue of the advocacy and speaking to government about trade and halal standards and Islamic financial regulation will be more entrenched if that comes across. And I do believe that ICCD has played a significant role for an organization in South Africa, the Minara Chamber of Commerce, that was existing for 25 years. And it's now taking it onto another level where there's opportunities to come and talk at conferences like this, and also various other conferences taking place. So we're quite excited about that whole relationship.
Thank you. Excellent. So what I'm hearing is that, of course, the collective and especially the size of the Muslim business community within the UK is quite substantial. So the collective and collaborative approach would make it even more significant when talking about the key Islamic economic areas. Thank you. Now we move to Mr. Turgay Deniz, President, Turkish Cypriot Chamber of Commerce, Northern Cyprus. I have the same question for you. I'd like to know about your experience being part of the Islamic Chamber of Commerce as an affiliate member, how that has supported you in connecting your members with the international community of business and within the specific sector of halal. Thank you.
Thank you. It's not comfortable, the chair, so I will.
Oh, okay.
Excellencies, distinguished members of the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development, respected organizers of AlBaraka Summit, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen. By linking our producers with Islamic finance networks, Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development can also facilitate access to funding opportunities to our SMEs and exporters. But I just change it. So, it's a great honor and privilege to address you here in London at the 4th AlBaraka Summit, focusing on the evolving landscape of the Islamic economy. This year's summit highlights the growing global relevance of the financial system. The Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development can play a transformative role in supporting our chambers and others like us through three strategic dimensions: institutional capacity, trade facilitation, and international advocacy. We highly value ICCD's initiatives aimed at enhancing institutional and entrepreneurial capacity, training and mentoring programs focusing on SME competitiveness, digital transformation, Islamic finance, and halal certification standards. Such initiatives are vital in entrepreneurs, ensuring that they become key drivers of innovation and inclusive growth. The Turkish Cypriot business community faces particular structural limitations in accessing global markets. ICCD can help by promoting B2B partnerships, participation in regional trade fairs, and supporting mutual recognition of product and halal certification standards. ICCD's international presence gives a voice to underrepresented chambers. Through stronger advocacy, we can ensure that our business community is integrated into broader Islamic economic networks and policy dialogues. Promoting the inclusion of non-Muslim economies in Islamic financial platforms would also contribute to a more global and pluralistic Islamic economic vision. The Turkish Cypriot economy, though modest in scale, presents a wide range of investment opportunities across key sectors, particularly in tourism, agri-food, renewable energy, and digital innovation. Tourism remains one of the most dynamic and promising pillars of our economy. We are promoting ecotourism, cultural heritage tourism, and gastronomy tourism, leveraging our Mediterranean identity and local traditions. There is a strong investor potential in boutique accommodation, wellness tourism, and local food experiences. Our chambers supports collaborations that enhance destination branding, marketing, and service quality standards. Our economy already has a strong reputation in dairy, which is our famous halloumi, as you know, olive oil, citrus, and processed fruit production. By adopting halal certification frameworks, we can expand these industries into Islamic markets and also serve growing consumer demand in non-Muslim countries. Developing a structured certification system for the global halal industry in our economy could create a completely new economic sector. We are therefore working closely with institutions and partners to strengthen certification, product quality, and logistics, ensuring that our exports to Islamic countries remain reliable and competitive. With one of the highest solar potentials in the Mediterranean and the young tech-savvy population, we are investing in renewable energy and digital innovation. The integration of Islamic finance tools into these sectors can attract ethical investment and support sustainable development, which our aim is to align economic growth with an environmental responsibility and technological advancement. At the Turkish Cypriot Chamber of Commerce, we have placed resilience, competitiveness, and innovation at the center of our strategy for private sector development. Our work focuses on three key pillars. We actively advocate for reforms that improve the overall ease of doing business. This includes simplifying administrative and licensing procedures, increasing regulatory transparency and predictability, modernizing customs and inspection processes, and encouraging the introduction of Islamic finance instruments. We provide structured support to our SMEs to help them meet international quality, safety, and halal certification standards, build export capacity, access foreign markets through trade missions and partnerships, and integrate into regional value chains in Europe, the Mediterranean, and the Islamic world. By equipping firms with the right tools and networks, we ensure they can compete effectively in global markets. We are also investing programs that promote digital transformation, renewable energy transition, women's entrepreneurship, and youth-led innovation. These initiatives help build an agile, future-oriented private sector capable of adapting to global economic shifts.
Mr. Deniz.
We see a strong potential for collaboration in joint halal certification programs. United Kingdom, North Cyprus, SME partnerships, tourism and agri-food investments, renewable energy projects, and capacity building programs in digitalization and entrepreneurship.
Sorry, just if we can conclude in the
Yeah,
next
okay.
30 seconds.
Okay.
Because then we have enough time for just one last round of questions.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
real
Thank you.
apologies.
Okay, okay,
I'm
thank you,
sorry.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. It's tough being a moderator. Okay, so I have to say all of you are so well prepared that you've actually covered all the questions which I had. And so now, given the time, I would like one final question for all of you, because it is very important that we explore the opportunity, especially given your experiences. What is, or how can the Muslim chambers in the UK adapt successful models from Thailand, South Africa, New Zealand to strengthen their own ecosystems? And I would also, I'm sorry, I'm mixing two questions, but I think it's important that, within the halal trade and investment flows, what are the collaborative opportunities that exist for linking the UK chambers and your country? Thank you. So we can start with Mr.
Thank you.
Johan.
Thank you, Alia. I think I mentioned earlier, the first is the issue of creating one chamber in the UK. For me, if there's a takeaway, and I believe there are some steps with that regard. Remember, South Africa we minorities, like all my other colleagues on stage, from a Muslim community point of view, there's only 2 or 3% of Muslims in the country. So that's the first issue. If you do it, yes, creating a full-time secretariat for it, one of the first places to start for me is just having recognition functions. That what we were very successful with the Minara Chamber of Commerce, to recognize businesses. People like to be acknowledged, people like to be praised. And for me, that's going to be the first stage of any UK Chamber of Commerce that's established. The issue of the collaboration, I think I'm going to make a start in the sense that if people do want to reach out to the various countries, they can kind of approach myself through the Minara Chamber of Commerce or through the AlBaraka Bank that I'm involved in, and we'll introduce them to partners out there. But one of the issues that I want to leave with is that my colleagues from New Zealand, from Thailand, and from Cyprus is probably to have, even at this level, through the ICCD, a quarterly meeting, virtual meeting, to see how we can participate and how we can get involved. So that will be one of the issues that I will advocate for today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd pose the same question to Mr. Arshad. Sorry. Abdul Razak, sorry, please. My apologies.
Look, never let it be said that somebody from New Zealand will give guidance to somebody from UK. I still have to leave the country in one piece. The only two things that we know, not from rhetoric, but from real life experiences, number one, is to have an evidence-based approach in trying to ensure there is alignment with government policy. What that actually means is that where is the data on the Muslim contribution to the UK economy? Where is the value add of the Muslim community to the whole value chain of exports and, for that matter, the inclusive development that's taking place in the country? With that evidence-based approach, the advocacy work becomes much easier. And the second thing related to that is that all this has to be done on a footing where there's a solid foundation approach to the Muslim community itself. In other words, there's no use going for aspirations when your own strength is not there, the foundation is not there. I think it's very important there's some unity in that, and that's the elephant in the room, so to speak. And that unity also has to work in such areas, for example, a unified halal code, and that we have in New Zealand. But having said all that, look, all the ingredients are there. It's a great market, tick. A very rich history of Islamic finance, tick. Expertise, you just see it over here, tick. Only yesterday I was talking to a young lady who was talking about the digital platform using blockchain for the whole area of carbon, trading. And that's a UK lady over here who was in the conference. I think, wow, this is incredible. So the potential is there. It's bringing it all together.
Thank you so much. Moving to Mr. Denise. What can the Muslim chambers in the UK adapt from the experience from Northern Cyprus to strengthen their own ecosystems? And also, what are the collaboration opportunities in from your point of view for linking the UK chambers to the halal trade and investment flows?
Yeah, okay. I have already told this, but...
so just if I could just get like a brief summary, just to close...
for the investment opportunities.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
So as I said, we see a strong potential for collaborating with the Islamic world and the United Kingdom as well, because Northern Cyprus is really a treasury island. So there are a lot of investment opportunities, especially, as I said, in tourism, for example, because it's an island. Agri-food investments and renewable projects, because as I said, we are in the Mediterranean, the heart of the sun. And also, we have a very young population. We have got universities in Northern Cyprus. We have a lot of students, a young population, which we can make digitalization and entrepreneurship with them. So, as I said, we will commit, we have committed to work closely with ICCD and the London Muslim Chambers in the United Kingdom, and we will have a deeper cooperation which we can advance a more inclusive, ethical, and outward-looking Islamic economic ecosystem in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And yes, it's such a pleasure that Northern Cyprus, at least within all our events, has been very active in participating and contributing to all the work that we are trying to do. So, same question to you, Mr. Marut.
Thank you. Well, I can only give you my honest, true story. Our association with ICCD, our transformation start with that single affiliation with ICCD. I told you at my presentation, we actually had no voice in the global stage. I mean, the Thai Muslim business community didn't really have a voice in the global Muslim business community. But then that single affiliation changed things dramatically at all different levels. Everywhere I go, at every discussion, I started with introducing who we are, and then I tell them a little bit story about ICCD, and that we represent ICCD in Thailand. And that at that moment, all the eyes and all the ears open, and then they want to hear what I have to say, and because that was all new to them as well. So that all changed, and still changing at the moment. And so that's one thing. If the UK Muslim business community, if you haven't already become associated with ICCD, then join them now and then work with them in your own context, the same thing as we do. And if there is going to be any suggestion, I would like to recommend that you start with one clear, specific goal that you can achieve in maybe in a short period of time. In our case, you all know that Thailand has always positioned itself as the kitchen of the world because we are very strong in terms of food processing and food industry and things like that. We are internationally known for that. But when I spoke with all of the people in our government, I tried to project to them that wouldn't it be better if we become the halal kitchen of the world? And then that ring the bell with them. And then they seem to understand that more, and they can see a better picture that we can actually achieve more by becoming more Muslim friendly and halal related to the business world. And last but not least, I just would like to have one last statement, if I may, is that, considering this would be the last minute we have on this, we start by saying Sorry. We start by becoming, having absolutely no voice in the international world of global Muslim business community. But now today, the Thai Muslim business community has a platform before all of you today. And hopefully tomorrow, I'm not sure when but hopefully soon, we will become a model to some of the non-Muslim business communities by working closely with the ICCD. I think that's the way to go, and that's what we are determined to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What an amazing group of panelists you have been. I am really, it's my honor that I was the moderator for this session, and I don't know if we have time for question and answers. I don't think so, but thank you, and we'll end with that.
Thank you.
Well done.
Yes.
Thank you very much to our moderator and our esteemed panelists for that insightful discussion, for shedding light on the evolving role of the chambers of commerce and the powerful impact that they have on business connectivity, investment access, and community-driven growth. So we will capture this moment, of course, important conversations being had at the 4th AlBaraka Summit here in London. Perfect. So we captured that family photo of that extraordinary panel discussion. Thank you very much to our panelists once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to a dynamic, more hands-on part of our program, an interactive workshop on Islamic screening and ESG metrics, building the next generation of investment indexes. As global investors increasingly seek portfolios that align with both ethical principles and measurable sustainability, the convergence of Sharia screening and ESG standards is becoming one of the most important frontiers in financial innovation. This workshop that we're about to attend to will take us beyond theory and into practice, exploring how screening criteria are developed, how ESG indicators are integrated, and how new indexes can better reflect the values and priorities of modern investors. With that, let's begin this session and dive into the mechanics of building the next generation of investment indexes. I'd like to welcome the Chief Executive Officer and partner of Spectrico US and founder and director of Seed Ventures, His Excellency, Mr. Faraz Khan.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Are you guys still awake? Are you sure? I'm going to give you so much data that you'll further go to sleep. I promise you that. But I'll try to make it a bit more interesting for you guys. Thanks. So, but I have not even started. Why am I getting overtime 4%, 4 minutes? Come on, guys. Right. So before I actually embark with my colleague who's joined us digitally, my co-founder and business partner, Sajid Aslam, let me give you a bit of context of the ESG frameworks that are evolving across the world. We all know SDGs, we all know MDGs, great frameworks, and I think they have given a wonderful direction to the world of how to create impact across the 17 verticals that they're working in. But the challenge with SDGs is that they are voluntary. Great, but voluntary. And since 1980s, the concept of ESG, mandatory laws, have come into the play. Today, there are mandatory ESG regulations across the world. So Europe is leading the way. APAC is also not that far. UK is somewhere close to Europe. There are delays as well, but we would see further movement in that side. Saudi and Middle East, ladies and gentlemen, are going mandatory reporting as we speak. And that's a huge indicator of why ESG and the capital flow through ESG funds and matrices is going to play a very, very important part today and for times to come. Now, when Sheikh Yusuf Qalawi and the team, when we actually had a conversation a year and a half back, we realized that there is a beautiful convergence opportunity between the Sharia, Maqasid al-Sharia, as well as the ESG frameworks that are across the world, multi-jurisdiction. And the opportunity is to create a common technology platform where both could be created for funds, for asset managers, for banks, for listed and private sector companies, to see their performances on multiple levels. And make it easy, make it simple, make it decision useful. And we embarked on this journey. We took out a white paper initially, and then last year, early last year, the concept was launched in Medina by the governor of Medina and dignitaries. And then later on, it was launched in presence of President Erdogan in Turkey. So before we go a little bit, we do a deep dive, let me share a quick video to actually give you a snapshot of what it's all about.
For too long, investors had to choose Sharia compliance, ESG alignment, or financial performance. Now that choice is over. The AlBaraka Islamic ESG Index, powered by Spectrico, unites Maqasid al-Sharia principles with global ESG frameworks into one credible investable standard. Built for listed and private markets, an AI-native engine evaluates ESG, financial, and Sharia data in real time, with automated scoring, full auditability, and dual oversight by AI and Sharia governance. It empowers institutions to build compliant, performance-driven strategies. The AlBaraka Islamic ESG Index is built for asset managers, sovereign funds, capital markets, and banks. It supports Sharia-aligned finance, localized benchmarks, and credible scoring tools, enabling licensed partners and Islamic stock exchanges to scale distribution. A single index, multiple markets, globally adaptable. At the heart of the experience is simplicity, a dynamic, intuitive interface designed for investment professionals. Whether you're working with corporate or sovereign sukuks, private holdings or public equities, the pairing possibilities are endless. You choose the companies, sectors, stock exchanges, and geographies. The platform recalculates in real time. The system offers AI-powered recommendations based on selected benchmarks, investment mandates, and Sharia principles, ensuring portfolios are built with precision from the start. But every recommendation is governed by a human-led, principles-based process. Technology does the heavy lifting, while oversight, intention, and values remain in human hands. This is tech-led, human-driven governance, engineered to ensure trust, transparency, and ethical accountability. Behind the scenes, a transparent governance engine ensures every inclusion or exclusion meets screening thresholds, with dual oversight from automated rules and Sharia board review. What you are seeing is not a static list. It's a living instrument designed for how modern capital actually moves. The AlBaraka Islamic ESG Index, powered by Spectrico, delivers performance, purpose, and credibility. Built for the Islamic world, ready for global capital. It's more than a benchmark. It's a blueprint. Let's redefine what investing enables. Partner with us.
Right. So before I actually talk further with you guys, let me check if my partner is digitally available. Sajid, are you there?
Yes, I'm very much there.
Oh, fantastic. So can we start the presentation, please? Next, please. I mentioned this stat yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, the $68 trillion worth of intergenerational wealth transfer is going to play a very important part, as I mentioned yesterday as well, for bringing these two worlds of Sharia compliance investment as well as ESG aligned capital. Because your future generation, which is inheriting this wealth, their consumption thesis and their investment thesis both are very much aligned with sustainability, impact, and equity. But the existing inheritors, they like data, they like validation, they like evidence. And it is not going to be just annual report glorifications, especially in this ESG-aligned work, and as well as the Sharia compliance world today. So $68 trillion of wealth is something that is going to propel the market sizes that we're going to talk about in the next slide. Next, please. Now, today, the market size is $5 trillion for Islamic economy, and as per various figures, rapidly going to grow between $6 to $8 trillion by 2028. Now, at the same time, the ESG investing market size is $34 trillion today. Again, two huge markets, and we require a common convergence alignment. Next, please. Why? Well, of course, there is leverage and there is opportunity. But there is climate and social risk as well. The climate-induced disasters across the world is destroying assets, whether they are financial assets, whether they are real estate assets, or whether they are city governments. All three are in danger today. There is $635 trillion of real estate asset that is available today. Again, exposed to physical and transitional risk. In financial services, $419 trillion of debt and equity is available. Again, exposed to climate and social risk. There are more than 4,000 city governments. What do city governments want? They want inward investments. They want to have an ecosystem that is conducive for residents, for commerce, for industries, for businesses, and they are struggling today to create SDG alignment and make economic models that is aligned with data-backed, evidence-oriented sustainability, again, ESG. Now, opportunity is definitely there, but this climate risk is absolutely real. I come across a lot of individuals and institutions, and they feel that it's a local issue. We all know it's not. If there is floods in Pakistan, it destroys supply chains and it impacts countries in Europe or in APAC. Exactly the same way, if there is wildfires in Australia, we all get impacted. If there is drought in Africa, we all get affected. So it's a global issue, and the quantum and pace of the climate-induced disasters is increasing rapidly. When we were starting Spectrico, which is the company that Sajid, myself, we have co-founded, and it is bringing the data-backed ESG transitioning for built environment and financial services, one of the investors asked a very interesting question. And the question was, what do you think, why this industry would remain? The question was interesting, but the answer was very scary. The answer was, again, that the pace and the quantum of climate-induced disasters, unfortunately, would make this, if you want to call this as an industry, it would be there. It has severe financial and investment consequences as well, ladies and gentlemen. Insurance consequences as well. After the floods in Hawaii, the real estate and infrastructure companies are not getting insurers to insure the real estate. Now, in the Western markets and more developed markets, you cannot work without insurance. And insurance, as we all know, a lot of insurance folks are here, are redeveloping and reassessing their products and services through actuary and data sciences to come to a point where they could evaluate the risk at the right level. And this just is a part of that solution. Next, please. Again, the inheritance by the millennials and Gen X is creating capital allocations. And the criterias are very much there. Criterias are constantly evolving as well, from the mandatory regulation side to Sharia compliance authentication side. And this needs to become a seamless and very easy process through technology and data points. And that's one of the reasons we are actually moving in this direction. Next, please. Our partnership and the vision of AlBaraka to create AlBaraka Sharia compliant ESG index is a step in the right direction, ladies and gentlemen. It is not a solution in its entirety, but it's definitely a part of the solution. There is an ecosystem of institutions that needs to work together in order to move and mitigate the climate and physical risks that our businesses, our countries, our families, and our future generations are going to face. So it's not a unilateral kind of an approach. It has to be a collective. And again, this is just part of the solution. Next, please. Again, it's not just about the climate and physical risks, it's the opportunity side as well. It's the financial performance and liquidity performance that is also assessed in this technology-enabled index creator. Next, please. Here I will actually pass on to my colleague Sajid Aslam. Sajid, by the introduction, is a global expert in global ESG regulations, and he has advised various governments, especially in the APEC region and Pakistan, to create the ESG frameworks and also help them deploy these ESG frameworks through the distribution mechanisms. Sajid, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Faraz. Hello, everyone. Just want to indicate on this slide, there's a very interesting merger of ESG and the Sharia in this icon, where the ESG and Sharia comes together to create a one single index or a portfolio analytics for the investment space or investment professional, while keeping the financial performance and the liquidity performance intact. So like Faraz mentioned earlier, we believe in a very, very simple process where any organization can define the index, that what kind of assets they want to include there, what are the key criteria they want to use from Sharia, from ESG, from financial performance and the liquidity side, or a combination of that, execute an assessment, and then review and approve. Like we mentioned earlier, that it's not only the technology driven, it has got a human in the loop concept. So it's also include human approval and the governance side. And then subsequently, you can review and rebalance the entire index or the portfolio for that matter. So these are the 15 key criteria which are used to generate analysis or create an index. So it starts with a very simple process of initiation based on the definitions we provided, based on the criteria and the KPIs within those criteria, how we set it up. Check the data availability, look at the Sharia compliance, ESG performance, financial performance, liquidity risk, ESG controversies as well, the future outlook and the risk assessment, scoring and ranking using weights, historical trend for the back testing, and then prepare a summary and prepare graph, and then that's completed. So all that process happen in the fraction of second using all the data which is already provided, or if the client has got their very specific asset they want to evaluate for their portfolio, so we can have that customization in that data set as well. And based on that assessment, this is the kind of output you can see, where it has generated that how many assets totally evaluated, how many assets are included, what is the individual score on the Sharia, ESG, financial performance and liquidity, what is the overall scoring for that matter, the ranking of it, the weight it can assign within the index, and then also it's also based on the market cap and the historical trends. So it gives a good opportunity to see even there is a good score, but if the historical trend is showing a downward, so that give a user and insight whether they want to include that particular asset in this index or a portfolio. Just a button on the extreme right, you can switch on or switch off that based on your decision making criteria, and then it's re-rank the entire index. So all these criteria can set up by the user as well. So it's not predefined, but there's a lot of guidance which we can provide that which KPIs are more relevant for a certain asset class or asset type or markets. And then from there, we can also look at the individual criteria scoring as well, like how the score happens for, let's say, on an ESG metrics. What are the key KPIs? If you can see in the red, the scoring for the each KPI and the overall scoring, and again, the historical trend in terms of the performance of that specific asset on those KPIs historically. So how it's evolving, it's improving or it's going down. So that's again one of an insight you get for each criteria, whether you have used ESG, Sharia, financial performance, or a liquidity side. Simple analysis, simple dashboard gives you the breakup by the industry as well. It gives you the overall trend as a graph. It also gives you the average score, how it's working, and how many assets have been evaluated on that specific criteria. Again, bring up the detailed analysis for the entire index, and you can see one thing, pending approval. So it's built-in workflow. When the index is created, it goes to the individuals for the approvals. Most of the time, either the Sharia advisor or the board itself after the Sharia advisor's approval. And it shows a complete detail that how the different asset classes or different sectors have been included in that, which are green and the dark green and the orange side of it. Individual score by the sector as well as the overall score and the averages. So it gives again a good dashboard, a good insight on the overall index side as well as and the individual dashboards as we have seen in the previous slide. Then, like I mentioned earlier, it's all up to the user how you want to set up the KPIs within the criteria. So if we are talking about the Sharia as one of a key criteria to evaluate the asset performances, so there are multiple KPIs which can be added as a combination or as an individual one, and that can only also be used as what are the mandatory one and which are the one which are optional, nice to have, but you would like to have that evaluation for your own understanding. But from a scoring perspective, it will use only the mandatory one, but individual analysis, it will also show the additional KPIs on the each, whether Sharia, ESG, financial performance, or liquidity side. Again, simple configuration. User can do it on their own side. It's a very, very human-friendly and the user-friendly interfaces, and it's in a very standard language which can be understood by the investment professional or a finance professionals in general. And then you can create a multiple permutation of those indexes. So you can, it's not only the one index, you can create multiple index and you can see the performances of those index based on the combinations. You can have a different asset class included in that. You can have a same asset class, the different criteria for evaluation. You can have a different combinations of those criteria as well. So it gives a very data-driven analysis of each index or portfolio for that matter on all the four key criteria like Sharia, ESG, financial performance, or liquidity, or a combination of that. And within each criteria, you can have a further combination of KPIs which can be included. The system comes with the certain recommendations, and then user always have a right to add or change or make or delete for that matter any KPI which they don't want to include in a certain criteria. And again, if we are working on a same ecosystem, you can drill down to the individual asset, like any company, any equity, any debt you have included in your overall index or a portfolio. you can further drill it down and see the performance of that and get a summary, and also go to the individual KPIs, which they are individual KPI performances within the Sharia or ESG financial or liquidity side for as a drill down opportunity, provided that all the information is already updated in a system, which in most of the cases we do. But if there is a very specific case or a specific group of assets you would like to evaluate or create a portfolio or index around it, or even want to evaluate your investment of loans as a commercial bank, those information can be updated specifically for that particular index or that particular portfolio. So the simple use cases we are seeing for this tool and data is coming from the capital market as an index, it's coming from the asset manager for the portfolio analysis, and the commercial bank specifically if they have got a compliance requirement from a central bank, or they have a mandate from their board to disburse the loan based on a certain scoring around Sharia and ESG. So in addition to whatever the tools and the data set we are using for financial and liquidity performance, this tool can help to evaluate each single asset or a combination of assets for those commercial bank and the loan advancements as well. So the overall, what we are seeing, and like Faraz mentioned earlier, the way the capital allocation and the capital flow is changing going forward as per our thesis, and that's when we say our, that means Mecrico and AlBaraka, we see a great value to start working towards that and evaluating your assets and the portfolio using these tools and the criteria and see where you stand today. And then from there, you can start evaluating your future strategy, transition plan, any regulatory compliance which may be required today or in a coming time in a different market. So that will definitely going to help to stay ahead of the curve and prepare and create a success for everybody, for your investors as well as for your clients. So that's where I'll end, and we open it for questions. So we would like to have it more like a workshop style interactivity. So we are there to answer any question you may have from a tool perspective or a background of that tool or the use cases for these tools.
Thank you, Sajid. You know, I think we are the bridge that is going to cross a break and a food for them. So the questions, if there are any questions, ladies and gentlemen, please, you can ask now. Oh, yes, we have questions. Anyone can give the gentleman the mic? Thank you, Helen.
Alaikum Faraz. Thank you for your presentation. Just a question on the source of your data. This is something that I was looking at quite a while ago, maybe 5 years ago, and the likes of providers like MSCI, for example, the fund managers had a lot of skepticism about the veracity of their data because it's very difficult to attain that, especially in emerging markets. So I'm curious, because the bits where you use the software to weight the index correctly and make allocations, those are a bit more transparent and easy to judge. But how are you gathering your data, and what filters are you using, and how reliable do you think they are? Thank you.
Thank you. Sajid, would you like to take this?
Thank you. Thank you. I think that's a very, very valid concern, and I think that's one of a concern where our hypothesis started. Because fundamentally, it's a tool which is meant for capital allocation, and the decision making has to work on the data set and the insight it generates, which is valid, validated, as well as verified. So there are two key sources if I go in the detail. So the one source we are using ICE as a key data provider, and from ICE we use a certain validation rules and look into the controversies and anomalies, and then we revalidate it through whatever the company or the data we have been provided by the data provider through our third parties or in-house teams to make sure that these data sets are reasonably representing what actually the company has disclosed. And it's a very basic raw data. It's not the rating data, it's a raw data. So that's actually what the company has disclosed in terms of their financials. So that's been their financial reports and what they have disclosed in their ESG reporting and the filings as well. So both of those data sets are extracted, and then we take it for the validation. So that's something which we work on the third party or a procured data. Then we have got our own internal team which keep collecting any data set which are out there, whether it's a publicly available or we generate through the surveys as well. So we use that data. Again, it has to go through a certain validation, certain benchmarking, certain forecasting, and any anomaly in the data is highlighted. Any anomaly which is unresolved, we do not use that particular data set for this particular sensitive index or a portfolio analysis. And that's why you see that in the process, there is a data availability and the quality step. So it's not only that the data is available, there is a quality ranking of that data set is also available. And while you go and drill it down, it also provides you the detail around the quality of data, which is used to generate that kind of scoring. So that's a second part. The third part, which normally comes, and that's a very customized one, like we are working with a certain commercial banks or credit rating agencies in a one part of the world, and they basically go and provide that information directly from the clients. So it's not a public information, it's not the information which we are sourcing from a third party, but it's the information which is coming directly from the client side for their either a lending or a borrowing activity, or they are providing that information for the credit ratings. So this information is like highly validated and verified in that form. So this third category, once we go for the quality of data, so most of the time this is the highest quality data which we are using. But definitely for a user perspective, we also highlight the quality of data which is used to generate that kind of scoring there. And in some cases, if allowed and permitted, we can share the sources as well. But most of the time, these sources are not publicly shared. They are shared with the client. And we have a regular meeting with them to make sure that they understand the quality of data and the output of data. So this is how we are using or curating all the information, which can provide the best available insight and also indicate the quality of data which is used to generate that insight.
Has that answered your question, sir? I got a thumbs up, so that basically means yes. There's another question, but before this, another question. Let me kind of share those who don't know what ICE is. ICE is definitely not what's happening in the US. ICE is Intercontinental Exchange, and they are the owning company of New York Stock Exchange, and they provide data and technology to 70 capital markets of the world, and we are partners with them in data side. Would you like to? For Sajid. Thanks, Ibrahim.
First of all, assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for this very insightful presentation. My question is more on the ratings role. So I want to hear from you your vision. Let's see if the work that you guys have done in this platform could potentially be a benchmark for establishing an Islamic financial institution rating. You know, today we deal with the 3 or 4 major credit rating agencies who have monopolized that space, and we've seen sort of the negative impact of that. From an Islamic finance standpoint, I think even at the IOC level, we've discussed this where we need something unique. And there's been several initiatives on a regional level, but nothing at a global level, at least that I'm aware of. What's your perspective on that? Is this something that could be, or is that something you don't necessarily feel like it could be of value?
Well, thank you. And then, Sajid, allow me to kind of give the macro view of it. And
please go ahead, yeah.
This is your favorite vertical, as we know that. So yes, there is an opportunity. But let me kind of quickly share with you what we do. I mean, we have mapped every ESG regulation, standard, framework, ranking, rating, certifications across the world. Now, and we have an internal mechanisms of rating. The question and the opportunity that you mentioned is absolutely there. And I think because the reason this index is very interesting is because we get the source of Maqasid al-Sharia from AlBaraka and all the data and ESG frameworks from our side, and that's why it's such a beautiful paradigm. There are a couple of attempts on Sharia-compliant ESG index previously as well, but the strength and power is at a different level with this particular partnership. There is an opportunity. We would like to explore that opportunity, but I think you would need to speak to Sheikh Yusuf and encourage him on that side as well. Sajid, over to you.
I think we picked up on the right thing. I think from a vision perspective, that was the starting vision coming from the Sheikh Yusuf and AlBaraka Forum, that the overall ranking rating is not something which is very pro OIC, or it's most of the time the challenge to collect the right kind of information and evaluate the quality before we can do the rating of the assets in the Islamic countries or OIC countries. When it's done by 3 or 4, like you said, the monopoly one, even the credit rating which is coming out voluntarily is not something which is a right reflection of the actual credit worthiness of those assets which exist out in those countries. So that was a key point. What we can do to enable the capital allocation where the investor has got a more confidence and they can use the mechanism which can help them to score not only on a Sharia or ESG alone. It can give them a combination of Sharia and ESG and plus the financial performance. And the one of a important one is the liquidity risk of that particular asset. How we can combine all those things and bring a more informed, more information to make an informed decision by either the asset manager or the investor by themselves. I think this was the starting point, and this was the thesis where we started. And definitely there is a challenge. It's not an easy area where we started, but we think it's worth exploring. It's worth to get on that journey and create something where we can channelize the capital to OIC countries and towards the areas which are more the segments which have got a highest priority, whether we talk about the halal value chain, we talk about the data center, we talk about the infrastructure, we talk about the education. So we can channelize that kind of capital. And it doesn't end with the decision which are made at an initial stage based on these scoring. In fact, there's an ongoing monitoring of those particular assets and then keeping the investor informed how we are performing on those particular criteria, whether it's Sharia, ESG, financial performance, or liquidity risk, or a combination of that. So it's bring an ongoing monitoring as well, which create a more validation that the initial assessment which was made, whether we are really delivering on that. And if there's any oversight or governance required, we can also initiate that kind of intervention. So it's not only the ranking rating system, it's basically a system which provide the information for investment allocation and plus subsequent monitoring of the performance of that asset class or asset, specifically individual asset, on all those criteria based on which the decision was made. So yes, it was lacking. This is one of our opportunity we are working, and it's coming under through the vision Sheikh Yusuf Halawi has. And I think we are very proud to partner on this particular vision. We feel that there will be 2 cents from our side when we have to go and held accountable that what we have delivered when we were in this world or when we were alive.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would love to take more questions, but Ibrahim first gave me a hand gesture and then he gave me an eyebrow raise. And we know Ibrahim. He's very serious about these things. So thank you so much for your time and listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Faraz Khan, for that very insightful discussion. And of course, to our guest, Mr. Sajid Aslam, who is joining us remotely in that workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 45-minute break for lunch and for prayer. You can help yourself to the lunch. I'm assuming, Ibrahim, if it's still at the balcony area behind where you are all sitting. Hope to see you all back here in the conference room in 45 minutes' time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the food is not on the balcony, it's just outside in the foyer area today. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are all enjoying your lunch. I know some of you are still eating your food. However, we are going to begin our next session in a couple of minutes, in 3 minutes' time. So I would like to call everyone who are currently standing up to make their way to their seats, anyone sitting in the balcony area to make their way down to the round tables in the conference hall, and anyone out in the foyer, if you can hear me, make your way into the conference room. Thank you. All right, esteemed participants, I hope you are all re-energized and ready to proceed with the following insightful address of our summit. Our next session brings us to a topic that sits at the very foundation of trust, confidence, and stability within the Islamic finance ecosystem, the role of arbitration. As Islamic finance expands into Muslim minority communities around the world, effective and culturally attuned dispute resolution mechanisms become essential for safeguarding transactions, strengthening institutions, and ensuring fair, predictable outcomes. It is therefore an honor to welcome a leading voice in this field, His Excellency Dr. Umar Oseni, the Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation Arbitration Center, to deliver his speech.
Thank you. Do I sit here? This is for old people, you know. Yeah, thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon. I know you're all eating, and I don't know whether we should proceed or just wait. We've got to solve a problem here. There's a dispute between the food and the event we have today. So I'm told to give an insightful speech here on how arbitration can empower minority Muslim countries or minority Muslim jurisdictions across the world. So that's my duty for the next half an hour. And I hope we can come in. Those who are outside should join us, because this is always a boring topic, but I'll try to make it kind of interesting. Are we set? Okay, now, first question, how many lawyers do we have in the room? Mind you, I say lawyers, not liars. How many lawyers do we have in the room? 1, 2. I'm counting. Keep the hands up. Very few. Okay, thank you. I got it. Okay, great. Now, the problem here is, it's always boring to discuss topics relating to arbitration when you're in a finance conference or an Islamic economic conference. But one thing we have to know, brothers and sisters, is that when we talk about empowering Muslim minority jurisdictions across the world, you've got to own your own destiny. You've got to own the way you resolve your disputes. Now, when we emphasize on Sharia governance, we talk about end-to-end compliance with the Sharia. Of course, if you're developing any Sharia product, the first thing is you've got to send it to the Sharia scholars to review and approve. We do not always care about how we resolve disputes. Now, when a Sharia scholar is actually reviewing and approving a particular transaction, you say, riba, take it out. No, this is gharar, take it out. Oh, no, this is not, we don't actually allow gharar. You know, you delete all this, but do you know that if you are not careful, at the end of the day, you end up in a situation where the judge that will resolve the dispute emanating from that contract will actually award interest. And that makes nonsense of the whole transaction. So here today we're talking about how do we ensure end-to-end Sharia compliance. I see the chair here. I'm not going to sit, don't worry. Here. So how do we ensure end-to-end Sharia compliance from the pre-product development phase up to the dispute resolution phase? So we're talking about the whole spectrum of transactions. So come to think of it, you have a transaction, let's say it's liquidity management instrument. For those of you who know me, I like developing products relating to this. Okay, so now the first thing is, okay, you want to issue a sukuk that is Sharia compliant. Of course, the business development team, they're going to look at the whole product. At the end of the day, they pass it to the Sharia committee. But how do you ensure that from that very beginning, the whole transaction is Sharia compliant? So we have to always be futuristic. Now, we've got a number of cases here in the UK and in some other Muslim minority jurisdictions across the world where judges have sat to actually adjudicate on disputes relating to Islamic finance. And the results were quite terrific. Again, I'm going to share some of these later. So one thing I would like to tell you is, whenever you are talking about any product in Islamic finance, any product whatsoever, we have to be concerned about how we resolve disputes ultimately. Even when you talk about family business, we have a lot of family businesses in the Middle East. You've got to think of how to kind of resolve disputes. We discussed this just a few days ago in Muscat in Oman, how to resolve disputes, involving family businesses. You have intergenerational kind of, wealth. You can talk about the numbers, Earlier we had, we got this number about $60 trillion in terms of the wealth that is passed down to the next generation. Do you know within those numbers there are a lot of disputes? How do you resolve them? That's why we are here today. So this is a very important topic, and the outline for today's presentation, it's on the screen. I'm not going to read it, but it's just for you to see. And we'll look at the introduction, principles, and other issues. And I'm going to give you some key takeaways before I step down from the podium today. Now, when it comes to the Sharia principles, there's one objective of the Sharia, which we call Hifz al-Mal. Hifz al-Mal actually talks about preservation of wealth, so protection and preservation of wealth. Mind you, in Islam, we all know whether you're a male or female, you have right to ownership of your properties. That actually came with the coming of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So it didn't start in the 17th or 18th century. So Hifz al-Mal actually helps you to protect, your wealth. So it's very important when you talk about Muslim minority jurisdictions or communities, if you need to be empowered to take your destiny into your hands, you need to be able to structure mechanisms, frameworks that can help resolve disputes within the community itself in your businesses. And those processes will not just be Sharia compliant, they will also be what? Compliant with the domestic legislation. That's important for enforcement. So this is something we want to do today, and we have to kind of embrace what you call party-controlled dispute resolution processes. And that takes me to the impact of disputes in our lives. There are a lot of breach of contracts happening here and there. When you have breach of contract, people not honoring their kind of contractual terms, then you know the implication. Remember, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells you, God Almighty says, O you who believe, you should fulfill your obligations. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, awfu bil uqud. Uqud is the plural of aqd, basically. Now, if you don't fulfill it, what happens? You have a breach of contract, ultimately. So this is something we have to be concerned about. So to preserve the relationship we have in our Muslim minority jurisdictions, we've got to ensure that we care about how disputes. Now, I'm here to talk about business disputes, not family disputes, mind you. So don't ask me about divorce today. So we are focusing here essentially on Sharia-compliant business disputes. Now, this is an interesting map I like to show people. And, well, it's not exhaustive, basically, but it gives you an idea of what's happening in different parts of the world, from Malaysia to the UAE. You have the Dana gas case in UAE. Also, you have it appearing in an English court in the UK here. And, of course, you had the East Cameroon case in the US. These are Muslim minority jurisdictions. Now, you'll be amazed to see how some of these cases were resolved in a court of law. But I'm not going to go into those details today because I can look at the timer in front of me, and I have a lot to say today. Now, you can see this. Even Canada, you've got a case there, basically, involving a Sharia mortgage product, basically. So this map is extremely important in just giving you a kind of a global snapshot of disputes and why we should care about this. We always care about Sharia compliance, but Sharia compliance actually is impacted here a lot. So we've got to care about this. Now, if we talk about Islamic finance practices, Islamic economic practices, it's all about risk sharing, ethical purpose. How can Muslim minority communities ensure investments fulfill that purpose? Not just by making a profit, but by having a dispute mechanism that is faster, cheaper, and more just than conventional courts. And this is why I say we have to kind of look at a Sharia compliant process and that fulfills the needs of the domestic law in whatever jurisdiction, whether you're in New Zealand or South Africa or in the UK or Thailand. We've got to kind of craft a system that will allow Muslim businesses, Islamic banks, and others to kind of resolve their disputes. Now, we all know these key principles. I'm not going to walk you through that at all, in terms of prohibitions, legal documentation. And I always tell people, I do not talk about dispute resolution. I prefer to say dispute management. And I'll tell you why. The longest verse of the Quran is what? Who knows that? Longest verse of the Quran. Ayatul Dain. And what is Dain? What is Dain? A car? Ferrari? What is Dain? You said Ayatul Dain. Debt. Thank you. The verse on debt is the longest verse of the Quran. And that takes how many lines of a page of the normal Uthmani Quran? Full page. Thank you. It's a full page. It's a full page of the Quran, and that tells you about debt. When people talk about, Islamic finance, you focus on debt, we should do musharaka, mudaraba. Wallahi, that's an ideal situation, I agree. But debts are not haram if you structure it properly. So we've got to be careful while condemning everything. I see a lot of people talking about, the Islamic bank should do more of musharaka, the partnership base. It's true, thank you. I have nothing wrong with that, but we've got to be realistic in the modern world. What is feasible and what is not feasible? So I don't want to go into Islamic finance arguments today. Let's talk about Ayatul Dain. Ayatul Dain tells you, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, idha tadayyantum bidayni ila ajali musamma faktubuh. If you enter, you who believe, if you enter into a transaction that is futuristic, you have a debt-based transaction and somebody has to pay you back later, what do you have to do? Write it down. Of course, I'm not going to walk you through the whole verse. You've got other provisions in the next verse that talks about if you don't have even a katib, somebody who can write, you should do Rehanu Makbuda. Get the property. You take it. That's a rahan, mortgage. We're not going to go into all those aspects today. But one thing I want to say is when your creator tells you to write down a debt-based transaction, that is a dispute prevention mechanism. Because you don't want to wake up tomorrow and say, you are owing me. No, I'm not owing you. You're owing me. No, I'm not owing you. Then you start arguing. That helps you prevent a dispute. And the Quran is replete with a lot of nusus, legal text, that actually tells you you have to prevent disputes. Now, disputes will still arise. And why do Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will tell you, taradin itself, the principle, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu la takulu amwalakum bainakum bil batil, or you who believe, don't eat up the property amongst yourself in falsehood, illa an takuna tijaratan an taradin minkum, except when you enter into mutual transaction. There has to be consent in every contract. Now, if your creator tells you that, that means that helps you to prevent a dispute. So if we stick to some of these key principles that are contained in the Quran, and of course you've got the Sunnah, and Sunnah, you know how I explain Sunnah? 2 words. Lawyers here, you know. Prophetic precedents. That's the way I explain Sunnah. Prophetic precedents. We talk about precedent, judicial precedents, right? So Sunnah is prophetic precedents. These are precedents from the Prophet. Whether it's Qawliya, Fi'liya, whatever, it's everything the Prophet did. We've got to stick to it. That's it. So now, that itself, all these principles are meant to prevent disputes. That when disputes still arise, you have ways of resolving them. Now, let's proceed with the discussion here. The next question I'm going to ask you is whether Islamic law provides for how to resolve disputes. Now, we've all agreed that the best thing is for us to resolve our disputes amicably. We have to own our destiny. The Muslim minority jurisdiction should try to find ways and mechanisms to resolve disputes. The next question is whether Islamic law provides for this. My PhD thesis in 2011 answered that question with what you have on the screen. Now, you've got these processes. Nasiha. Nasiha is so simple. I give you an advice. But we've developed it into a product, a way of kind of counseling to prevent a dispute. You have a burden dispute, you kind of mitigate it. So Nasiha is a dispute mitigant, basically, like a risk mitigant for the risk managers here. Now, Sulhu, of course. Sulhu actually, is kind of, Sulhu Khair. Allah tells you that, amicable resolution is the best. Wasata, mediation. So you've got all this. I'm not going to explain. Ombudsman is important. Muhtasib. Muhtasib is Amr bil Ma'ruf or Nahy anil Munkar, encouraging people to do good and forbidding them from anything bad. You can have this within an Islamic bank. An ombudsman. Somebody who doesn't play to the gallery. Who sees something and can tell the CEO that, no, CEO, our bank is wrong. Let's fix this. That's what they call an ombudsman. So you can have a financial ombudsman at the micro level, at the bank level, and at the macro level, at the institutional level, at the industry level, sorry. So again, fatwa of a mufti helps prevent a dispute. Qada, of course, is the court adjudication. So these are highly developed kind of processes. Now let's look at the theory of dispute management. The last slide was from my PhD. This one was from my postdoctoral fellowship research. That when we talk about disputes, we have to kind of look at an end-to-end thing. So it starts from dispute prevention and ultimately goes on to dispute resolution. So prevention, mitigation, then resolution. So you have all these processes there. This is what they call the theory of dispute management. And it was, I think the source is one of saying it somewhere. So it's 2011. I will actually just show it to you. So you've seen all this. You have ombudsman, qada, tahkim. They are all there. Tahkim is arbitration. So you've got all these processes lined up. Now it starts from this side and it ends there. So you try to prevent dispute. If you cannot, then you can move gradually to the end. Now, let's look at case studies. Why do you think we should care about this? Muslim minority countries, Philippines, Thailand, UK, South Africa. I know you're all here. Now, the question here is, how do we kind of help to resolve these issues? So let's actually have a review of some case studies. Now, the issue I would like to say is there's always what they call the jurisdictional mismatch, because the courts are not established to resolve Sharia cases. The judges do not need to know anything about Sharia. Why must you force the English judge here? There's a friend of mine, Sir Robin Knowles, for those of you who are English lawyers here. He's one of the senior judges in the commercial court here in the UK. We were discussing recently in Uganda, we had a meeting there. And I mean, they are not experts in this field. They don't want to. When you bring any case, call it anything, Sharia, they will end up applying the English principles. They don't care. So why do you force the courts? Now the question is whether there's an alternative. Now we'll come back to that, whether there are alternatives for us or we are bound by the court system. So this is why I feel it's important to look at some case studies. This timer, I think there's a problem with it. It's just like running very fast. I have a timer in front of me, you can see it. Okay, now, first case study, you all know this. For those of you who are English lawyers or those based in the UK within the Islamic finance community, of course, the Bezimco case is always what we call in law, the locus classicus case. Yeah, which talks about, a murabaha transaction. Now, when the transaction was structured by the Sharia scholars, they did everything, they reviewed it, it was Sharia compliant, approved. They gave their fatwa. Now there was a default. Why the client couldn't pay, and the client said, it's no longer Sharia compliant. So when you took the financing, it was Sharia compliant. Now when you defaulted, you now go to the court that it's no longer Sharia compliant. Now, the major problem here was a clause. The governing law clause was like, this contract is subject to the glorious Sharia, but governed by the laws of England. That created a confusion. And of course, when an English judge is faced with this kind of confusion, you know the results. And ultimately, the contract was enforced as a standard loan, disregarding its intended Islamic nature. So the English court doesn't care, because they don't have to care. The English court is not meant to adjudicate on your Sharia issues. So if you have Sharia compliant transactions, you've got to come up with better ways to resolve them. And this same message goes to all the Muslim communities. This is the only way we can empower ourselves. So it's important. I'm just going to rush through this. For those of you who want the slides, you can get them later from the organizing team. The second case is the investment DAR. Again, many of you who are in the Islamic finance industry, you know this case. So the big case at that time, Wakala. You see, the whole thing is Sharia compliant at the beginning. But as you move on, you have a dispute. You go to the court will say, no, we don't care about this. So the court will do what we call recharacterization of the transaction. They will say the transaction looks like a loan contract, so let's apply this to it. So that's the recharacterization. To avoid such recharacterization, this is why we need to empower the Muslim minority jurisdictions. And I'll tell you what we do later as the OIC Arbitration Center to help Muslim minority jurisdictions. We're not only for the OIC countries, we're also established for Muslim minorities in non-OIC countries. So I'll come back to that later. Now, the third case study, this is the most disturbing case, Dana Gas case. You all know that. Even non-lawyers know this case. This case actually involved a sukuk issuance, what they call Islamic bond. I don't know anything about Islamic bond. There's nothing like Islamic bond. You call it investment certificate, basically. So, but again, we just call it, for today's sake, we call it an Islamic bond. $700 million sukuk, and the applicable law was English law. You had conflicting cases, one in the court in the UAE, another one here in the UK. At the end of the day, what do you have? The court actually demonstrated that the commercial validity of a sukuk is treated as an English law debt instrument. It was treated like a loan. And that's why the English court, the High Court, actually resolved that it's actually a loan kind of basis. It's a bond. And at the end of the day, this decision was affirmed by the English Court of Appeal. So this is actually the implication of not empowering ourselves as Muslim communities with huge businesses across the non-so-called Muslim countries. Now, why do we think it's important to kind of resolve this? The solution could be arbitration. And arbitration is there provided for in the Quran itself, at-tahkim. You have mediation, sulh. And this actually provides one thing the courts cannot guarantee you, and that is Sharia expertise and compliance. So when you have a situation where learned people who actually know about Sharia, they are also lawyers, they sit here as arbitrators to adjudicate on your case, then the result will be guaranteed Sharia expertise. So this is extremely important for us. Now, the next question would be, how do we now craft this or design this within the Muslim minority jurisdictions? Again, I wouldn't spend much time on mediation. Mediation is important. Mediation is a situation where you have two parties coming together. They have a dispute. They appoint a third neutral party to help resolve the dispute. He is not actually to impose a decision. It's just to facilitate the discussion and allow parties to control the whole process. And the settlement agreement that comes from such proceedings, you know what? It's binding. How do you do it? That's a separate story. Now, same thing, we have what they call the Singapore Convention on Mediation, which talks about cross-border enforcement of a settlement agreement. So we have even an international legal framework for this. Now, the next is, again, global enforcement. I'm just going to skip this. It's very straightforward. I've said this. You have the Singapore Convention, and it allows for cross-border enforcement of disputes. Now, the next is arbitration. And the good thing is AOFI has standard 32. 62 is always coming to my mind for some reasons. 62, Sharia Standard 62, you all know, on Sukuk. Okay, now 32 talks about arbitration. But do you know that this standard of AOFI is the least adopted standard? Why? Because people don't care about arbitration. You know, when I was told to come and talk about this stuff, I was like, this is going to be a boring topic. People don't care about how to resolve dispute. They will say, inshallah, it will not happen. We're not going to have dispute. Inshallah, no. Usually, inshallah is fine, but you've got to take ownership of your own destiny, ultimately. Now, the OIC Arbitration Center, we also have provisions that allows party to stipulate that Islamic law will be the governing law of the contract itself, so that when there's a dispute, the tribunal will have to kind of apply Islamic law. Of course, the Malaysian AIAC, the Asian International Arbitration Center, has its own rules. They call it arbitration rules. So these are specially designed to help resolve Islamic finance, halal dispute through arbitration. And any award that comes out of this process, it's enforceable in more than 172 jurisdictions across the world. It's even better than a court judgment. So you have the enforceability component. You also have the kind of benefit of having Sharia or people who know about the principles governing such contracts sitting here to adjudicate. So that's extremely important. Now, let's look at the recommendations for today's discussion. Now, I'm going practical here, way forward. The first actually is, how do we embrace the two paths to contract certainty? When you are in a kind of a Muslim minority country and you don't have Sharia courts, even Sharia courts are set up in most Muslim minority countries to resolve family disputes, what we call in Sharia, ahwalu shakhsiyat, these are Islamic personal law matters, basically. Now, going beyond that, here we're talking about commercial. We're not talking about divorce here. We're talking about commercial issues. We're talking about financial issues. How do we kind of resolve them when you're faced with a situation where you do not have a legal framework for even Islamic finance? Even if you have a legal framework for Islamic finance, there's no framework for resolving disputes. So we have some suggestions here, and that's what we'll be discussing in our first point on the two paths to contract certainty. Secondly, we have to look at how do you develop local capacity within your minority jurisdictions, Switzerland, Thailand, wherever you come from. How do we develop that? How do we help you? And that's my day job, basically, how to help our Muslim communities across the world to develop these frameworks. So this is important, local capacity. In fact, as a matter of fact, next week we'll be having a full week of events in Istanbul where we are headquartered, to discuss different aspects of mediation, arbitration, train people who know nothing about this for the whole week. From Monday till Friday, we'll be having this in Istanbul at our premises there, and a lot of people will be flying in from all over the world. So developing local capacity is important. We also go into your countries, your Muslim minority jurisdictions. We can fly there anytime to help develop that. Recently, we helped establish a Muslim mediation and arbitration center in Uganda, in Kampala, which is operating now. So this is something we can do for any Muslim community across the world. And we're working on a few other projects for the Muslim minorities in India and I think in the United States. So we are actively involved in all these projects. So that's number two. Number three, how do we troubleshoot through dispute prevention and mitigation? I've discussed the longest verse of the Quran that tells you how to prevent a dispute. And how do we develop these processes so that we can sustain our businesses, so that we're not going to waste time hiring lawyers like my good self to come and help you resolve your disputes? So we have to develop some of this process on how to prevent disputes and how to mitigate disputes. And I can tell you, at the OIC Arbitration Center, we've established the dispute prevention and mitigation solutions, and this is the first of its kind in the world. Amongst all the arbitration centers, we've introduced this, and we're deploying this globally for businesses across the world. Number four, utilizing the OIC Arbitration Center dedicated framework for dispute resolution. Of course, if you still want to go for arbitration, if you cannot prevent your dispute, we are here to help you. We are ready. So we have the mediation and arbitration, and you can easily stipulate Islamic law if it's arbitration, but you cannot stipulate Islamic law as the governing law if you're going to the court. No. Because of the Rome Convention, we have complexity involved in the Rome Convention that talks about the law has to be the law of a national legal system. So, but for arbitration, you've got kind of leeway to kind of implement this. And of course, finally, we talk about partnering for frameworks. How can we partner with you? We are always open for partnerships. As you know, we're a non-for-profit organization, international organization, and we help resolve disputes, cross-border investment, commercial and financial disputes across the OIC member countries. So we are not established to be making money, but we need to make money to pay our bills, right? I shouldn't be saying that we are not established to make money. Look, I take that back. I take it back. Okay, we are established as a non-for-profit. Yeah, I've been told I have 3 minutes. Yeah, I can see it here. I'm monitoring that. Thank you. Okay. Now, recommendation 1. The first one, quickly, it's we have to look at the path A, how to kind of look at the governing law approach. So parties actually in a dispute governed by principles of Sharia can invoke Section 46. That was related to the English Arbitration Act of 1996, as amended in 2025, which is the latest law. But there's a way you can do it, even under the English law. For those of you who are from the UK, you can have a valid Islamic finance arbitration under the current arbitration legal framework of the UK. And the same thing applies to other countries. We can always look at your laws and kind of come up with it. Now, predictability is important. Now, when you say Islamic law is the governing law, it's always a problem. Someone will ask you, what Islamic law you're talking about? Are you talking about the Shafi'i? Are you talking about the Hanbali, Maliki? Or you're even talking about the Zaydi? There are many schools of thought, ultimately. So certainty is important. Now, the good thing is we have the AOFI standards. So you can actually refer to them. So in law, particularly in English common law, you've got to be certain of what you're doing. We have this codified, standards already. Now, the tribunal then applies the defined system as substantive law applicable to the dispute itself, what we call the lex causae in arbitration. So that's the part A. Part B talks about contractual terms approach. Again, parties can stipulate, a contract. I'll have to move a bit faster now. I have just about a minute or so to go. Number 2, we've talked about local capacity. We can actually help develop. This is very important to develop. You don't have to be a lawyer to become an arbitrator. But again, you have to have some idea of the legal framework. So you've got to go for training about this. Now, 3 talks about early troubleshooting. This is important. We've talked about Ayatul Dain. I've discussed that earlier. We have to be concerned about how to kind of prevent disputes rather than resolve disputes. So my approach is always start with prevention. And that takes you to the contractual terms. What do you put in your contract, your legal documentation? Then you move on to the next phase. And of course, this funny thing is about dispute prevention. This is what we use for Muslim businesses, companies across the world who have issues. We can deploy this. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to explain this to you. It's a whole lot of things. This is what I call the dispute prevention and mitigation solutions we developed, and the OIC Arbitration Center is the first in the world to develop this, and we get paid for this, actually, when we deploy this. So it's not free. So when I say we are not for profit, we actually have to pay my staff their salaries, So this is important. It's a whole lot of things. Hopefully, in subsequent events, I'll be able to explain this. Now, of course, you have the 4th one. We talk about using our framework. We have arbitration. We have the rules. We have the mediation rules and arbitration rules. Finally, we are open for partnership. And I told you the OIC Arbitration Center is ready to work with you. So reach out. And, of course, key takeaways within the next 15 seconds. Broaden commercial compliance. This is important. If you want to guarantee Sharia compliance, you've got to be concerned about how you resolve disputes. Enforceability is important. How do you ensure whatever you design complies with local legislation? And again, legal certainty actually leads to economic inclusion. I think this is extremely important. I thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to take your questions. Thank you. Thank you. Do I have questions?
So much, Mr. Aseni, for those insightful remarks touching on the legality of everything that has been spoken about over the last 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward, we're going to shift gears a bit and spotlight a group whose voices are essential to the future of the Islamic economy, our next generation of thinkers and researchers. This is an opportunity for the old folk, like myself, to sit back and get inspired by the youth. In this special session, we'll hear directly from university students who have been exploring the Islamic economy from fresh, innovative angles, whether through finance, entrepreneurship, governance, sustainability, or social impact. Their research reflects not only academically, but the ideas and aspirations of a generation that will soon shape the direction of this very industry. I would like to welcome the Executive Secretary of the Saleh Kamel Islamic Economics Award, Dr. Hisham Zeki, who will be leading this session.
Thank you very much, Afnan. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. And very warm welcome to this special session of the 4th AlBaraka Summit in London. This session is a part of a strategic initiative jointly launched by the Saleh Kamel Islamic Economics Award and the AlBaraka Forum for Islamic Economy, aiming to provide graduate students with a dedicated platform to present their research and engage with experts and to continue to the future of Islamic economics and finance. From research to impact, this is the theme of this session. Means we want ideas that don't stay on paper. We want research that become real action and real benefit. Before we begin, allow me to briefly introduce the Saleh Kamel Islamic Economics Award. Of course, the award is named in honor of the late Sheikh Saleh Kamel, may Allah have mercy on him. He founded many Islamic economics institutions that still operate today. This is some of his important contribution to Islamic economics and finance research. Like in 1981, he established the Islamic Economics Research Center at King Abdulaziz University. In the same year, he launched the Research Award inside the center. And in 1982, he established the Saleh Kamel Center at Al-Azhar University in Egypt and introduced another academic award there. In 1987, he founded the Saleh Kamel Library at King Abdulaziz University in Jeddah to become a major reference to Islamic economics and finance. Alhamdulillah, we're proud today to continue this legacy by launching this distinguished award. Okay, regarding the organization structure, the award has four main bodies: the Board of Trustees and the Scientific Committee and Examination Committee and General Secretariat. As you can see, the Board of Trustees includes leading experts from around the world, chaired by Sheikh Abdullah Saleh Kamel. And the Scientific Committee, this is the independent body responsible for all academic matters. We are also honored to have members representing universities from around the world like Egypt, Turkey, Qatar, and USA, and Saudi Arabia, and the UK and USA, and Malaysia, Indonesia. Regarding the examination committee, is a confidential committee that reviews and evaluates all submissions. Last but not least, the General Secretariat, which manages the daily work and operates the operations of the award. Regarding the award category, the award has main two categories. The first for Islamic economics research, and the second for Sharia or fiqh research. Each has two tracks, one for open or free research, and another for master's and PhD thesis. The award value, the total value of the award is 1 million Saudi riyal, making it one of highest in its field. Forward. Okay, all conditions are available on our website. This is the first edition theme. The first theme regarding the Islamic economic research is related to fintech and digital economy. The other theme of the Sharia research is related to maqasid al-Sharia and its role to Islamic economy. Of course, the submissions are open until the end of July next year, inshallah ta'ala. So let us begin our session. We are deeply honored to have with us the distinguished member of our scientific committee who will be offering their insight and evaluating today's presentations. Please join me in welcoming Professor Mehmet Asutai, Director of the Durham Center of Islamic Economics and Finance, and Professor Ahmed Farouk Aysan, Associate Dean of Research at Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar, and Professor Ali Avdovich, Chair of Political Economy and Islamic Finance at the University of Dundee. And Dr. Samir Al-Ahmad, Senior Lecturer in Finance at Coventry University. Thank you all for joining us and participation. You may proceed to this seat, please. Yeah. Okay. We have an exciting program ahead of us. We have 8 insightful presentations from 5 different respected universities. Each presenter will have 10 minutes for their presentation, followed by brief comment from the scientific committee. Our first presenter is Ms. Sister Habi Fibrina, a PhD researcher from Coventry University. Her presentation is titled, Can Islamic Sustainability Performance Reduce Sovereign Risk? Please join me in welcoming Sister Habi to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Habi Fabrina. All right. And I'm a first-year PhD student at Coventry University. I think I need to make a disclaimer because I'm a first student, so I didn't feel intimidated by all. So I will present about my work with the title of Can Islamic Sustainability Reduce the Sovereign Risk? This is my project, my thesis project. So this title actually comes from a very personal conversation at home between me and my husband. So one day he wanted to invest in green sukuk, sovereign green sukuk, and then at some point he turned to me and asked a very simple, but I think it's powerful question. What if the government fails to pay me back? So this question got me thinking. We usually discuss green sukuk or green bond in terms of their positive impact on the economy, on climate mitigation, on the sustainable development projects. But this question forced me to look further upstream. So instead of asking only what is the impact of green sukuk on the economy, I began to ask what underlying these country characteristics actually determine whether a government can successfully issue these instruments and repay its obligation to investors. So in other words, I became interested in see how the structural performance of a country, economically, socially, and also institutionally, and from an Islamic sustainability perspective, might shape this sovereign risk. So to situate this question, let me briefly start with the market context. So globally, the labeled sustainable bond market, that is green, social, and sustainability, or sustainably linked and transition bond, reached a cumulative around $6.3 trillion as June 2025, according to the latest World Bank report. And within this universe, sovereign issuer represents a significant but smaller share as of by the end of the December 2024, cumulative aligned GSS bond issuance stood at around 5.7 trillion, with green bonds accounting for roughly two-thirds of 2024 annual volume. So by contrast, the sustainable sukuk segment is still much smaller but rapidly growing. So over the period of 2070 to 2024, cumulative green, social, and sustainability sukuk issuance amounted to 42.7 billion US dollar, with 13.4 billion issued in, oh, no, not yet, yeah, sorry, 2023 alone. So this marking the 7th consecutive record year of the issuance. So sustainable sukuk is still a small fraction of the global sustainable bond market, but it's expanding really quickly. Against this background, and going back to my husband's questions, we can now ask if the Islamic sustainability really matters, or should we see it reflected in the way markets price sovereign sukuk and bonds through lower spreads for countries with stronger Islamic sustainability performance? Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. So the research sits at the intersection between sovereign debt, sustainability, and also Islamic finance. So countries increasingly issue the green and also sustainable sukuk and bonds to finance climate and also SDG agendas, but this can interact with the climate risk and debt sustainability. So it also creates a potential of climate sovereign debt loop. So within this research, I'm trying to see whether the Islamic sustainability grounded in Maqasid al-Sharia can provide an additional buffer that helps to reduce this sovereign risk. So this objective of this research is to reconceptualize sustainability in an Islamic perspective and also Islamic framework, and see whether this can affect the sovereign spreads. So there are three main research questions here. So how is sustainability conceptualized in the conventional and also Islamic framework? And also, does higher Islamic sustainability performance reduce sovereign risk? And the third one is, does Islamic sustainability can affect differently in non-Muslim countries? So for begin, we move to the main topic. We need to see what is sustainability in a conventional perspective. So I'm not going to talk too much about this. In the conventional literature, sustainability evolved from the Brundtland definition and the triple bottom line, people, planet, profit, into the ESG framework. And it is now treated as measurable, investable construct with indicators for environmental quality, social outcomes, and governance institution often linked to the SDG. So if you look at the sustainability timeline, this timeline shows that sustainability have moved from the resource management in the 19th century to the environmental and also sustainable debate, the development debates in 20th century, and finally to the ESG and also SDGs aligned finance in the last 2 decades. So within the ESG, sustainability is understood as joint performance on environment, social, and governance, and it is increasingly linked to the intergenerational equity and also systemic resilience, which is exactly where sovereign risk becomes relevant. So in the Islamic perspective, we see that Islamic thought has long incorporated with sustainability through concepts such as khilafah, or stewardship, and also mizan, or balance. And in the modern period, the Islamic economics, Islamic finance, and more recently, Islamic declaration on the environment have attempted to reconnect these principles with contemporary policy and market. So with the sovereign risk, is essentially the risk that a government fails to service in its debt. So it's related to my husband's question, whether the government can actually pay or repay the debt that they own from the investor. So why the sovereign risk matters? The sovereign spreads matter because they determine the cost of public borrowing. Higher spreads reduce fiscal space and can crowd out productive investment and may spill over into private sector borrowing cost. So if we can show the better Islamic sustainability performance can reduce spreads, there are clear implications for development and also debt management. So this is what we see in Islamic sustainability and also sovereign risk in a conceptual way. So Islamic approach emphasizes justice, inclusivity, and intergenerational welfare, which these instruments such as zakat, waqf, and principle of poor inclusive growth should, in theory, reduce social and also political fragility and hence lower the sovereign needs. So the challenge is that to measure this systematically at the country level. So I incorporate the Najar structure, the Najar's concept with the group of indicators under 8 maqasid-based elements. There are faith, human rights, self-intellect, posterity, social entity, wealth, and environment, and also 4 broader dimension: human life, self-society, and physical environment. So this becomes the conceptual core of the Islamic sustainability performance. So beside that, I also incorporated the maqasid framework by Chopra concept, which adapted from the AlBaraka in 2020. So the self and poster, for example, the self and poster will link to ESG. So his work is actually connected between the maqasid Sharia dimension into the goals in the Sustainable Development Goals. So besides that, I also incorporate the dimensions and indicators in the sovereign ESG score that provided by the LSEG, and those dimensions are covering the environmental, social, and also governance. And also with the Islamic Financial Development Indicator, which is also going to add idea to capture the depth and also quality of the Islamic finance in each country across banking, capital markets, and also regulation. So I think it matters because the transmissions of Islamic sustainability into market pricing will be influenced by how developed the Islamic financial ecosystem is. So these are the conceptual framework for the Islamic sustainability. I call it the Islamic Sustainability Performance Index. It's not a market index; it's a composite index. So basically, we trying to fill the gap between the ESG by combining by integrate the ESG framework, maqasid Sharia dimension, and also the SGD, and we have when we have this framework which is adapted from the Najar's concept, and we have these several indicators, and also we included the environmental aspects into the indicators in each indicator. So instead of adding dimension into ESG, we're trying to actually link it to the maqasid Sharia dimension and directly to the ESG and also sustainable development goals. So this is the accessing index. So this slide shows the gap. We have ESG and SDGs index, but we have all Islamic finance or Islamic ESG index, but we like of maqasid-based Islamic sustainability index at the sovereign level, and explicitly linked to the sovereign spreads, which is the ESPI or Islamic Sustainable Performance Index will be designed to fill that gap. So this is my methodology. The research method will be the mixed quantitative. And we'll compile the indicators from WDI, from World Bank, and also WGI from EMF, IRENA, AFDI, and also in the Sukuk database. So we use samples from 120 countries, from OIC countries and also non-Muslim majority countries. And basically, we see that we collect them from based on the countries that actually issued the green Sukuk green bond and also bond. So we construct this index using the principal component as analysis, and So this is the preliminary result. This is the very first trial of the index building. As we see that among all those results, we see that the wealth shows the lowest performance. It means that there are still room to explore and also expand the indicators that are actually represent the wealth dimension. So this is the result based on the countries. I choose these 6 countries, because they consistently have the same result, so they substitute each other. Whether for example Malaysia or Indonesia, in 1 year they're in the second place, and another year they will be in the third place, and this six country is based out each other. And then this is the overall score of the index, and we can, as I told you before, that those 6 countries has the highest index score. Yeah, this is the latest score in the latest year. And the United Arab Emirates, the Malaysia, Saudi, Qatar, Indonesia, they are in the 6 best performance of the index. So as I mentioned before, there are still room to expand these indicators, because I only use 2 indicators in the wealth dimension, which is there are plenty of dimension and indicators that can be proxied into the wealth indicators. So, yeah. And the next step, because I'm still in my first year, so there's still a long way to go. The next step is I use the PCA methodology, PCA analysis, to build this index, but I'm going to actually compare it into different methods in index building, including the SAL method, the simple additive weighting method, and also assess the consistency of the ranking, and also dimension contributions, and also we'll do the full dataset expansion and cross-group comparison, including categorize between the Muslim majority countries, the non-IC, and compare between the non-Muslim majority countries, and also finally see whether this performance index can actually reduce the sovereign risks between each countries. So the expected result will be the higher Islamic Sustainable Performance Index can reduce the sovereign spreads, and I hope that Muslim majority countries show stronger ethical resilience effects. So the implication will be, we will see that Islamic sustainability strengthens both environmental and also fiscal resilience. So. Oh, okay. So I think that's all from me. Thank you very much. I'm very open to any suggestions and also comments. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Happy, for insightful presentation. I now invite our scientific committee to share any reflection or comment if may have. Yes, Professor Samir.
Thank you, Habib, for your presentation. And just my question, or maybe a comment. In terms of your data sets, you refer to IMF, other more traditional data sets rather than Islamic countries related data sets, because this data set doesn't capture the impact of Sharia objectives in financial transactions and others. So probably you already covered that in another way of collecting data. For example, the Islamic Development Bank, in their prospectus of Sukuk, they state clearly the social impact, so the ESG aspects from the Sukuk on the countries that they are providing this finance to. So this is maybe could provide you with some indications in terms of those measurements and the data collection to reflect the actual embedding of the Sharia objectives.
Thank you, Professor Sabir. Professor Mehdi.
Hey, Assalamu alaikum. It's good research. In particular, what is perhaps exciting, but it didn't come out in the presentation of the result, the title, connecting the climate risk financing with the sovereign risk. And this is something that it is missed, unfortunately, in the debate on sustainability, because every one of us think that by mobilizing more capital and the finance, we will be able to handle the sustainability issue. However, the more finance we put into the process, the more problems that we are creating, because the finance is the culprit in the initial phase. And therefore, identifying that in your title as very successful is very timely. But unfortunately, in the presentation, I guess you are in the beginning of your research, that has not come forward. I was really looking forward, because that will be the innovation part, has not been done. The presentation is the foundational part, I guess, of your research, which other people has published as well on the entire methodology as well, the model. But I love to see that part, how this expanding financial sphere to overcome the sustainability problem, creating further sustainability problem. That will be the exciting part. Looking forward for that. Good luck with your research.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Farouk.
Okay, happy you are happy. Your husband should be happy too. So no need to make him happy. So don't listen to your husbands. So it's a nice topic, but I believe it is well studied, one way or another. I believe it will be good to look at more particulars of the Sukuk issuances, because we have some real cases. There are some defaults on the Sukuks. These are more macro studies, and I pretty much expect the same results, because one way or another it is good to have the sustainability framework where it will reduce the credit default swaps and so on, but more particular event studies might be important, and there are some differences in the different types of Sukuks, and probably they may strengthen the collectability of the loans. And there are some cases, I believe this sort of a micro study will be very helpful, because this kind of a generating index has been around, and the problems with the indices, you cannot have all the time generate your own indices, because the purpose of index is that others will be using it. So for example, instead of finding your own index, just use this Ascari sort of Islamicity index. I believe the results will be quite similar. So I believe more micro approach will be helpful in that regard. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Aysan, and all of our esteemed scientific committee. Our next presenter is Mr. Abdulwas Samim, a PhD researcher at Aston University. His topic is Islamic fintech, ethical artificial intelligence, and intellectual property. Please join me in welcoming Brother Samim to the stage. Okay, Brother Samim. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Abdulwas Samim. I am the first year PhD student at Austin University. I graduated from Sharia faculty from Kabul University, and I was teaching here for, thank you very much, for a couple of years as well. I came to the UK in 2022, and right now I'm doing my PhD in Islamic fintech. As you can see, my research is an interdisciplinary research, which is connecting Islamic fintech, AI, law, and particularly Islamic jurisprudence, which is called fiqh, and maqasid al-sharia, to make a conceptual framework for ethical innovation based in the UK. So the aim of my research is to develop a conceptual framework for both Islamic fintech and AI driving financial innovations in the UK eras, in the UK VUCA eras. By VUCA, which I later on will speak more and go in depth, a landscape of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Also, my research is investigate how Islamic principle of intellectual property, which is right now intellectual property, Islamic intellectual property is in its infancy, and as many scholars like Nadia Naim and others mentioned that Islamic intellectual property not improved as much as Islamic financial system around the globe. How Islamic principle of intellectual property can protect fintech and AI innovations ethically, and supporting UK's leadership in digital finance and also IP regime. So the background, as you can know, that in recent years, digital technologies, particularly the digital innovations, have increasingly impacted both conventional and Islamic financial system. And they transformed them from traditional system to a new dynamic system. And for example, they transferred the way we're borrowing, we're paying, lending, investing. And this nature led the development of disruptive innovation theory by Clayton Christensen in, I think, in 1997, in his very famous book, The Inventor Dilemma. At that time, he was trying to show how digital technologies disrupt traditional system and bring them to a new dynamic system. So, what is the research problem? In my, during the first year of my literature review, and I conducted many articles, and I studied many articles, I came up with this conclusion that technological innovation are disruptive. They absolutely disrupt traditional system and bring them to new. When they disrupt, they enter a new environment, which is called VUCA. Volatility, uncertainty, ambiguity, complexity, and ambiguity. According to Nathan Bennett and James Lemons, the volatility refer to rapid and unpredictable change. Uncertainty means that we know the cause of and effect, al-illa wal-ma'lul, but we don't know, we're faced with lack of information to predict the outcome. Complexity refers to multi factors interconnected, which making a decision-making difficult. And an ambiguity stage, even we cannot understand the cause of an effect. It's called unknown. All these elements completely conflict with the Islamic jurisprudence principles, fiqh, which emphasizing on clarity, wuduh, stability, thubat, and also certainty, avoidance, uncertainty, and ignorance, jahala. So digital technologies, technological innovation, they are inherently, they raise and born and raised in a VUCA environment. We cannot separate. But in such situation, they conflict with fiqh. What's the solution? I'm trying to do, and also I want to discuss about the intellectual property, then I will go to the tension. Another aspect, as I mentioned, we don't have any clear definition in Islamic classical fiqh or jurisprudence, a definition in intellectual property. We don't have any fasal or bab or any title in these areas, but some Islamic jurists, new Islamic jurists, they try to have definition under haqq al-intifa or haqq al-ibtikar like this. But this technological innovation also completely changed the definition of ownership, because because the AI, smart contracts, they created some kind of ownership which we don't have any precedent in the past. So we need to go in depth and dive in depth how Islamic intellectual property as an alternative, as Islamic financial emerged as an alternative to conventional, how Islamic intellectual property can protect fintech and also AI innovations in the UK, which is my study is UK. So the result is there is tension between modern innovation and Islamic ethic and financial principles. What I'm gonna do that I wanna discuss under the maqasid al-Sharia, to see how we can solve this confliction. Research gap. I did too much literature. There are too many articles, books regarding Islamic fintech in new areas, for example, in AI, and also from Islamic jurisprudence perspective. But I face there are very, very limited research to connect disruptive innovation technologies, VUCA, jurisprudence, and maqasid al-Sharia for making a conceptual framework in the UK, particularly that Islamic fintech is managed in the UK under a secular system. So how we can reconcile the secular system with Islamic principle? This is another aspect of my research, which I will go for that one. So this is my research questions. To what extent can the principle of maqasid al-Sharia be conceptualized as a framework for managing ethical uncertainty and guiding innovation within the UK-based Islamic fintech? How can the intersection between maqasid al-Sharia and contemporary theory of artificial intelligence ethic be critically examined to guide responsible innovation in Islamic fintech? Third, how can Islamic jurisprudential through ownership and benefit, the rights of benefit, and haqqul intifa, the right of innovation, haqqul ibtikar, inform a maqasid al-Sharia-based understanding of intellectual property rights in the Islamic fintech sector? And the third question is connect these three aspects together for making a conceptual framework at the end. My mission is that in the next and third year of my research, I will looking for making this conceptual framework, which is these are my objective, my research objective, and yeah, what I'm looking for making disruptive innovation theory, VUCA theory, maqasid al-Sharia, for building a conceptual. Why maqasid al-Sharia? Okay. Why maqasid al-Sharia? Because maqasid al-Sharia is a dynamic tools rather than fiqh. Fiqh a little is static, but maqasid al-Sharia as a dynamic tools can help to make this conceptual framework. And my methodology is grounded theory, doctrinal legal analysis, and comparative legal analysis. I just go because the time is over. And the primary beneficiary of my research would be policymaker, UK financial regulators, and it would be adoptable in other minority countries like Europe, or maybe majority Muslim countries. Also, supervisory Sharia boards, which they are facing when they are, many challenges when they are faced with VUCA environment, with the rapid change of digital technologies. Also, Islamic financial institution and fintech startup. So, thank you very much. And if you have any comment, and I'm waiting for your constructive and insightful comment.
Thank you, Samim. Thank you for this valuable and timely presentation. Now I open the floor to the esteemed professors. Yes, Professor.
Thank you very much. It's a very good title, first of all. When you do any thesis right now, you should put AI, fintech to the dissertations. It helps. One thing, I believe you have a good approach, and I like this concept of VUCA. But I will do the study differently because this is too much conceptual. Are you in law or in the business school or like economics, finance?
Law and, yeah, in law school.
In law school, okay. My suggestion is that, for example, the VUCA environment is especially relevant for our Sharia scholars because they are not living in VUCA environments. But the ones who are living in UK is probably more in the VUCA environment as compared to our Sharia scholars living in other Muslim countries. They are less in a VUCA environment. And my suggestion is that why don't you just compare the people, the Sharia scholars who are in the VUCA environment and less in a VUCA environment. It will be much more empirical, much more data-driven because the conceptual studies may work in law but will not work in Islamic finance and economy. I believe we have enough conceptualization and it's not the time of conceptualization for Islamic finance, I believe. And also, Maqasid Sharia is very much criticized recently. Maqasid Sharia, all the Islamic finance people use it because it is easy, it is and so on. But I believe we should also go beyond this sort of conceptualization, and that's why your work in the VUCA environment, how the Sharia scholars may act differently, may also help. And also you mentioned about the artificial intelligence ethics. It is also a developing field, and globally, and it is not necessarily well structured. And an Islamic angle to it is even less mature anyway. Instead of using the concept of Islamic artificial intelligence ethics, I will use more of a AI auditing or AI assurance, which is much more realistic for UK, by the way, because AI assurance is something that you really do as a lawyer, as a auditor. There is more room there. Okay, for example, there is this holistic AI company. They do AI assurance. It's a UK-based company. It's one of the unique companies globally. And you bring an Islamic finance angle to it, which some of the rules in Islam might be integrated. That could be also interesting. But it's a good start, especially from the title, but the rest will come, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Aysan. Yes, Professor Samir.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Very relevant topic. And just have a quick comment on the theoretical framework, which I understand it's maybe still underdeveloped because you are working on it. AI is an abstract, so it's neither good or bad. It's basically the use of it, what defines it. And that's the same in relation to Maqasid al-Sharia and using it within the Islamic context. Maqasid al-Sharia, they are not the basis of structuring a Sharia legal opinion. They are the rationalization of the consequences of the Sharia legal opinion rather than the basis. The basis are actually the dynamic element is fiqh and the principles of fiqh, usul al-fiqh, as the rules to develop and innovate and examine any new conventional innovation within that framework. Maqasid al-Sharia justifies the outcome or whether it's in line with Maqasid al-Sharia or not. So it looks at the consequences and possibly the unintended consequences from adopting this new innovation. So just bear that in mind when you develop the framework further. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Samir.
Thank you. Thank you, Samir. It's very ambitious, quite a number of components together. And I hope that you can put them all together. But this VUCA is not a theoretical framework. It's the conditions that we are observing in everyday life. And therefore, it is not a conceptual framework even. It's not a theoretical, but it is the conditions in which the world has been living through in the last 20 years. And therefore, perhaps, rather than using VUCA as your starting point, it is your research should be able to respond to VUCA, the conditions of VUCA. You have captured something which is very important, but you have not developed that, the ethical uncertainty part. Mm-hmm. That's the most exciting part that I have seen in your research. I know you are in the beginning of your research, but that's something that perhaps you have to focus on by bringing, although people criticize, but theoretical frameworks are important to guide us through what we are doing. Because if the whole idea that Islamic finance, it happens on the way, no, it doesn't happen. You have to have a framework. And therefore, you have to decide in your framework, like when you talk about intellectual property, what is your framework? what is the Islamic positioning there? Are you using economics of intellectual property? Are you using the institutional economics? Are you developing a fiqh position? Are you developing an Islamic economics position? And then linking that to the ethical uncertainty part, that's the exciting part. I think you might be able to bring together something that closer to originality. But other than, maqasid al-sharia and explanation of that, I think we are in a stage like this Islamic social finance. We have to move beyond. We have utilized too much. But look into that. These are important issues. You are in the beginning of your research. I would advise you to be careful and look into how you can connect things rather than just taking pragmatistically available and how you can bring. And why UK? I think I'll join Ahmed Farouk on that. I think a comparative study of Sharia scholars locating that ethical deficiency or uncertainty, as you put it, and with different jurisdiction will be exciting. Although I'm not expecting much difference, but again.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Professor Ali, if you have. Okay. Thank you, Samim. I'm sure you will benefit from this reflection or comments, and wish you best of luck. Our third presenter is Brother Muhammad Al-Zahrani, a PhD researcher at Aston University. His title is Regulation of Islamic Finance in Saudi Arabia and its impact on international law and judicial practices. Please join me in welcoming Brother Muhammad to the stage.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. First of all, thank you so much for invitation. And my name is Muhammad Al-Zahrani from Saudi Arabia. This is my second month in UK. So just I started in October. Hopefully there is no much comment. So, okay, and with the Aston University in Birmingham, I choose those topics because I'm teaching in Saudi Arabia. I'm teaching law, different schools, different classes, commercial law, company law, arbitration. But we have class in our bachelor is called Islamic Finance. Each semester, we have issue, problem with the students do not understand Islamic finance, and there is no regulation. They said there is no regulation, there is no policy. What is the mechanism? What is the process? It is under capitalism, is under finance, it's under economic, and each semester, like one professor who took the risk and teach this class. So during my teaching in Saudi Arabia, and also, I think there is one professor come from France. He's Lebanese. He was teaching Islamic finance. And I was talking to him about what is the challenge in Islamic finance. And he told me there is a regulation. The most important things is regulations. The Islamic finance is almost like many different opinions, many different schools. So the word, we don't have business model to represent to the world. So I choose regulation of Islamic finance in Saudi Arabia, and because I don't want to work only in Saudi Arabia, I want to see what's going on in the world and judicial practice, because also I found some arbitration cases here in UK. They decided in favor of English law, and the court and the judge saying we don't have any regulation, we don't have any law in Islamic finance, and they think the judge saying Islamic law is almost like ethics and belief, it's not a law. So this is my, my information, and I have two supervisors, Nadia Naeem, she's from law school, and also Sajid from finance school, to know both what is in finance, what is in law. So the introduction, when I do some research, I started to do my research. I found historically Egypt and Sudan and Saudi Arabia among the first country to establish Islamic finance. However, Saudi Arabia is the global leading in Islamic banking, but there is no regulation. Also, we have in Saudi Arabia something is called the Saudi Vision 2030 vision, and also we will have Vision 2040. So from that 2030, we have 13 programs. One of them, it's called the financial sector. When I look to those programs and the agenda to see, they might talk about Islamic finance. They talked about central bank. They're doing great. They talked about capital market. We are in the first market in Middle East. Digital, they talk about digital. We are great in digital. But when I touch the Islamic finance through those program, financial program under Saudi Arabia Vision 2030, I haven't seen any improvement, unfortunately, to be honest. And I see this is my area, and there is a gap here. We can improve. We can establish good business model. So my issue, this is my research issue. The Saudi Arabia has no specific law governing Islamic finance. And there is also a lot of conflicts between Islamic bank transactions and judicial application. Even the court not looking in Saudi Arabia, the court not looking for Islamic finance. There is a committee, it's called Saudi Committee for Banking Dispute and Violation, because the court will look always to see if it's against Sharia, the court will not look to that cases. So here is from the issue. Saudi officials who working in central bank, they are not preferring to have regulation, which are called Islamic Saudi banking or whatever. And they argue, the global banking standard rely on traditional method, and it would make us illegal or against Islamic value. So, okay, we will work in Islamic finance process issues, but we will not give you regulation. We will not give you regulation. If we say Saudi Islamic finance, that means there is non-finance. That means we are against our constitution, and we, Saudi Arabia, as a birthplace in Islam, 200 billion destination for all Muslim. So this is the first challenge, Saudi officials. And the second one is some scholars and jurists who get some benefit from the commercial bank, and they don't want to shift this issue to the government. They want to control with the commercial bank. Research aim. So again, we have also Saudi Civil Transaction Law, issue 2023. They have some finance. I have to look to see what's the conflict. And generally, Islamic finance might not enforce in court without appropriate codification. Okay, let's go. My research, it's about, as we see, challenge and benefit for regulation of Islamic banking. And how does that affect international law? Islamic finance has unique characters, as we see today and yesterday, and has to be met some requirement. So it is a good idea to solve the issue through civil law system or through common law system. Common law system, there is more space for the scholars, for the judge to give their opinion, but civil law, there is narrow, there is only text, apply the text law. International, as we see, there is two cases. The first one is Islamic Investment Company for Gulf. I think this is from Bahrain, if I'm not mistaken. Shamal Bank also, they lost this case. The court in UK rejected the Islamic law finance, and they said Islamic finance is, or Islamic law is almost like faith, ethics, there is no regulation. Original contribution, my paper will be divided in 3 parts. First one, identification, what is Islamic finance, and great gap overlap. The second topic, the second will be about Saudi Vision 2030, because the Saudi Vision 2030, it's almost like our constitution now. Every steps we have to work through this vision. And also 2040, which not yet published, but it seemed to me more technology through this vision. The third topic is about, the section about international private and cases law, how is that will work, okay? The research will examine how transferring Sharia supervisions and independent scholars to shift power to state. So when we have law, regulation, we should have center, independent, not under central bank. Has to be separate from central bank, because central bank has a lot of influence in Islamic banking, so Islamic banking working so slowly. Okay, just 1 minute. So this might be the outcome of research, establishing regulation, Saudi Center, maybe we call them Saudi Center, we call them Saudi Sharia, maybe we changed the name, Sharia or Islam, but Saudi ethical finance, and we look to agreement or Roma or making change in international agreement. The Saudi Islamic Center must be separate. This is found it most important, has to be from different organization or different center, has to be separate from central bank, and this center can review Islamic finance and banking. This is my references, and if someone have any questions, I am happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Muhammad, for this wonderful presentation. I now open the floor to the scientific committee, if may have any reflection. They have comments. It's not your lucky day. It's not your lucky day.
There is no comment. I'm sorry to say this in the beginning, but if you have comment, I'm welcome to listen.
Sure. Yes.
Thank you, Muhammad, for your presentation and sharing your topic with us. We acknowledge you still, as you mentioned at the start, so the topic is still underdeveloped. Just a general observation, the topic seems to be very ambitious, very broad. For example, what regulations? It needs to be defined. There are different regulations in any financial system, so that's whether the legal regulations, the financial regulations, the taxation,
okay,
the supervision framework for financial institutions. And my knowledge of the Saudi system, SAMA is the financial regulator, basically. Yes. They have established a lot of instruments and frameworks for basically advancing the Islamic finance industry. Okay. And there is a supervision structure for Islamic banks specific, similar to Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, who does the same thing, and UAE. So I don't think they are that far behind. So my recommendation would be is try to find a specific problem in Saudi that, it's a real problem, and refer maybe to more recent literature where you will see the problems that being identified, and then tackle this problem. Saudi is one of the biggest Islamic finance market, by the way, and they have done a lot for Islamic finance and Islamic banking. So I think maybe needs to look into that more in depth.
Thank you, Professor Samir. Professor Mehmet.
Yep, thank you, Mohammed. May Allah make it easy for you. You're in the beginning. But I think I felt that not ambitious, but perhaps you have to locate things in its places. Like your first part of your research, I think you should not spend time on that. That has been done. Plenty of stuff.
The first part, yes.
Okay, going to more critical areas, as Samir as well as mentioned, because you will be rediscovering what has been written as well since 1980s. So it is there. Rather than spending your time on that, pick up the issue, what particular issue you are picking up. In your second and third part, you are identifying certain issues, but the connection is missing there. You have to establish that connection. And also you are making a huge assumption here. In your title is very visible, as well as in that three parts that you identified. You're talking about the regulation, developing a regulation Saudi, and then the impact of that on the international law and judicial practices. You're making a huge assumption that there has to be causality. And why is that causality should be there? What is the rationale for that? It is not visible either. And also an important, perhaps, the hidden issue is a political will. The country, if you call that Islamic regulation, then the problem is what happens to the rest of the banking system. And so that's an institutional problem. Perhaps that's something that you have to tackle as one of the papers in your PhD. That will be an amazing contribution if you can tackle. I know the constraints, but if you can tackle that, that will be an amazing contribution. Because you are benefiting from two departments, that will be fantastic.
Thank you,
but
Professor.
I think you have to go into more critical, topical areas rather than very broad. Okay, good luck.
Okay, Professor Aysen.
Thank you, Mohammed. I believe this political economy dimension is quite interesting. I hope you can do that part as well. I remember once in BIS meetings, Saudi Arabia actually has started very late into Islamic finance, but all of a sudden, actually they grow very fast. And this is probably because of, you mentioned, because of the lack of regulation. So you should be a liberal Islamic finance person saying that without the regulation, even Saudi Arabia has done better. So it doesn't have to be that all the time you need to have a law. Because in your dissertation, it's always better to have some sort of an argument, and then you try to prove it. And there is a case in here that probably lack of regulation is probably the reason why Saudi Arabia has quickly improved Islamic finance. And this also might be the reason why probably we don't need that much of law side of the regulation. Because it is much more constrained if the Sama is already helping and so on. This is one dimension, but this political economy dimension is quite important too. I believe it will be good to have some interviews and so on. And if you can write, I believe it will be one of the main part of your global recognition that you might have. Overall, this is also a big issue, whether we need to have, it will be good to have some sort of a comparative study. For example, in Turkey, they want to also establish some sort of a general Sharia board for the country. And I believe kind of a cross-country analysis would help in that direction as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Brother Muhammad, I'm sure
Thank you
you'll
so
benefit
much
from this comment. We don't open the question for this session, so because we have 8 presentations. Moving forward to the next presentation. Our next presenter is by Sister Noura Aswaidi, a PhD researcher from Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar. Her research is titled, "What do 3.5 million observations have to say about loan default?" Insight from Qatar. Very interesting topic. I think she is the only student come from outside UK. I think we should give her more time. Sure.
Thank you.
You have 12 minutes instead for 10, please.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Noura Suwaidi. I'm from Qatar Central Bank and a PhD student at Hamad bin Khalifa University. I am honored to present my study today. What do 3.5 million observations tell us about loan default insight from Qatar? This is the largest loan level study ever conducted in the Middle East, covering more than 3.5 million over 44 years, spanning both Islamic and conventional banking system. Although global research on loan default is extensive, it suffers from 4 major limitations, and this study addresses all of them. First, most existing research is based on Western data framework, overlooking Islamic banking principle and Middle Eastern borrowers' behavior. Second, typical studies examine only one loan category, like mortgage or loan study, which limit generalizability across diverse loan product. Additionally, there is almost no large-scale empirical analysis from the Middle East, despite region-unique demographic, legal system, and dual banking structure. And finally, most literature relies on small sample or short time period. Our study fills this gap with a 3.5 million loan record across 44 years, the first data set of this scale in the region. By filling these 4 gaps, this study provides the first comprehensive multi-loan dual banking evidence regarding loan default from the Middle East. Initially, we look at loan late payment, loan default, and legal trigger. However, our analysis revealed that loan default and legal trigger were the 2 most significant. A borrower become 90 days overdue, legal action initiated after default. We ask, how do demographic factors influence these outcomes? How do loan characteristics shape risk? And do gender interaction, particularly with credit card and loan size, create different pattern of default or legal escalation? Before reviewing regression result, 3 descriptive insights stood out. The total late payment in Qatar is 2%, which is significantly lower than most global market. 1.3% of loan cross 90 days default, 1.2 escalated to legal action. Our borrower base is diverse, 41% Qataris, 24% women, and 40% Islamic bank loans. In terms of loan types, personal finance dominates the portfolio. It also included real estate loan, restoration, and corporate finance. We use logistic regression since both dependent variable, default, and legal flag are binary. Our model included borrower characteristic, loan characteristic, bank type, month fixed effect. All results are reported as odd ratio, which shows how each factor increase or decrease the likelihood of default or legal action. What we found was that demographic characteristics are strong predictor of borrower behavior. Qataris are less likely to default and less likely to face legal action compared to expatriate. Older borrowers are less likely to default, reflecting greater financial stability and lower risk. Women have significantly lower default rate and fewer legal flag compared to men. So this was insightful and led us to analyze if loan characteristic was equally important. What the data revealed is 3 factors reduce risk of default. Higher interest rate, Islamic loan, which we assume due to obligation to provide collateral, and restoration loans are less likely to default than personal loans. The data also revealed factors that increases loan default, and these are 5. Higher loan amount, monthly loan repayment increases likelihood as opposed to quarterly payment or annual bulk payment, credit card, which has a special characteristic I'll describe later, real estate loans, and international bank loans. But the most important finding was that Islamic bank loan default and trigger legal action less than conventional bank loans. One of the strongest and most consistent results in the entire study is that loans from local Islamic bank have substantially lower probabilities of default and legal action than loans from conventional bank. This indicates that Islamic financing arrangement with their asset backing and risk sharing feature are associated with healthier repayment behavior and fewer loan failures. Okay. Once we had this insight, we extended our model and introduced 3 interaction terms. These terms examine how gender influences different types of borrower behavior: gender and credit card, gender and loan amount, gender, loan amount, and credit card. Our finding was that gender differences exist in repayment behavior for credit card and large loan amount. But these differences do not translate into a legal action against women. In fact, in the tribal interaction, wealthier women who have higher net worth with higher credit card limits default less than higher net worth men. This nuanced pattern revealed important heterogeneity in borrower behavior and contributes new evidence to credit risk literature originating from GCC. Okay. So, as a result, our research allowed us to develop a data-backed recommendation to build an early warning dashboard for Qatar Central Bank and Qatar Credit Bureau could implement. It incorporates demographic risk indicator, loan structure risk signals, bank type differences, real-time alert tied to interest rate stress and repayment behavior. This system would enhance early intervention, institutional risk management, financial stability, supervisory oversight. I would like to leave you with 3 clear reminders. First, this study provides the most comprehensive loan-level dataset in the region and revealed robust predictor of default and legal action. Second, Islamic banking has a clear advantage. Across all models, Islamic bank loan shows the lowest default and legal action rate, reflecting the strength of asset-backed and risk-sharing financing structure. Finally, gender-specific patterns require attention. Women generally default less, and wealthier women with higher credit limit perform better than men, supporting more nuanced gender-specific risk assessment. These insights strengthen risk modeling, support fairer lending practices, and help shape more resilient dual banking system in the region. In summary, our evidence shows that Islamic banking structure, demographic pattern, and loan design shape repayment outcome in a meaningful way. And these insights can guide more evidence and equitable credit risk management. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward for your question and comment.
Thank you so much, Noura, for this impressive and data-driving work. I now open the floor for any comment from the scientific committee. Okay. Yes, Professor.
Very quickly, thank
Ahmed.
you, Noura.
Yes.
I believe we need more sort of a micro-level analysis. I remember we have started doing this in early 2000s or 2010s, but we use bank-level data. you have more than 3.5 million data set, which is quite important, not just for the Gulf countries, but also globally. And it's good that Islamic finance customers are one way or other performing better in terms of their loan payments. And this sort of micro data will help. And there are good policy recommendations for central banks. And it will be also good to see there are some customers, but still there is kind of an indigeneity issue where whether the people are more Islamic, so that's why they are performing better in their loan payments, or the ones who are more Islamic goes to the Islamic banks and they do better. So once we increase the presence of Islamic banks, whether this results will hold or not. So if you can find some Islamic bank customers who are also the customers of conventional banks, and I believe with your data set you can do this, it will be very helpful, not just for Qatar, but for the Islamic finance literature overall, because we need more of this data-driven studies, I believe. So that's why I believe yours is quite important.
Thank you, Professor Aysan.
Thank you for your comment.
Professor Mehmet.
Yep, thank you, Noura. It's exciting, amazing data set. Of course, that's important, and I haven't seen any Islamic finance paper with such data set. The first thing I wanted to mention, which Professor Aysan mentioned, it is this behavioral norm differences. That's the exciting part that I'm interested. I don't know in your data if you could select the same person being a customer of conventional and Islamic, and how they are behaving in different spheres. You have done that?
Yes, I will consider this.
Okay, that's wonderful, because that's the exciting part, to see these hybrid identities.
The relationship banking
reveals itself in different spheres. That's exciting. The other thing is women, the gender issue. But I was wondering as well, if you haven't done as a comment, receive it as a comment, how have you controlled the number of women in your observation? Because again, the presence can affect, and therefore controlling the number of women customers in your list. That will help also in order to understand. The other thing, of course, you use the interest rate, but other macroeconomic variables will be very much useful. I guess it's exciting. Continue. Last thing, the distinction between household businesses, in particular SMEs. I was wondering whether you have the data SMEs. I believe Professor Aysan has done some work on that previously. That would be exciting as well, to see the SME side. What is their default in different spheres as well?
This is
if you have done that, that's
on individual loans.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Professor Samir.
Thank you, Noura. Good topic and excellent data, as I can see. I was just wondering, what was the theoretical underpinning of your study? The other thing, I think you have got excellent data. You can even dig more into this data and get more implications. So I was looking for the so what. So women basically are, in terms of defaults, much less rate. Qatari nationals are basically, in terms of rate of default compared to maybe expatriates, is much less. Is that because of the social structure and the stigma of being branded as you defaulted on your loan and so on there in the culture? So digging deeper into these aspects, the so what? So what's the policy implications? How the behavioral analysis, what insights does it provide? For example, in the context of Islamic banks, I think both traditional and Islamic banks, on certain level of loans, they take a legal charge over something to guarantee the loan. So I don't see the difference why Islamic banks are basically have less defaults, because most of these products, personal finance products, are based on tawarruk, which is eventually debt. So the outcome of it is similar to traditional banks from credit default perspective and from credit risk. So I was hoping to see what exactly more details around that. What's the underlying reason for Islamic banks to have less defaults in that sense?
Yeah. It's worth mentioning that this paper is under revision, and I will consider all your comments on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Noura. for your participation and wishing you best of luck of your journey. Our next presenter is Sister Astrid Fiona, a PhD researcher at Durham University. Her topic is the nexus of climate risk and Islamic finance. Please join me in welcoming Sister Astrid to the stage. You have 10 minutes, please. Can you use this?
Okay.
Please follow the.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon. I'm Astrid Fiona from Durham University and also the Central Bank of Indonesia. So I'm excited to present my research on the nexus of climate risk and Islamic finance. So I will follow through my background and motivation, and then followed by two main research that I've been conducted in my first PhD year. So first, what differentiates Islamic finance from conventional finance in addressing climate risks? So Islamic finance operates based on the Islamic principles rooted in Maqasid al-Sharia, or the aspirational objective of promoting human welfare. So based on, and one of the key pillars is the environmental protection. So from the theoretical foundations, environment stewardship is seen as a moral obligation or mandatory concept rather than voluntary concept as in the conventional finance, as Brother Faza has mentioned earlier this morning. So, and then next, unfortunately, when it comes to the implementations, Islamic finance seems to be slower to respond, and then the effort seems to be fragmented, and also lack of monitoring framework. So I'll skip this one, but if you have any suggestion on the key milestones, please, I'd love to hear. And then climate risk could pose macro-financial implications, and the impact are predicted to be much severe in emerging economies. Unfortunately, 90% of the Islamic countries are low and emerging economies. So this may complicate their path toward lower carbon economy. And climate risk can be classified into two categories according to NGFS. The first one is the physical risk. So physical risk is the economic losses due to climate-related natural disasters. And what we've seen is that in Islamic countries, the risk is increasing in number of affected people and also economic losses. And with the increasing temperature over the decades and also across the regions, the risk is likely to intensify. And then the second is transition risk, which is quite critical for the Islamic countries. So transition risk could trigger from the inadequate capacity and also shocks from economy, policy, technology that complicates our path toward a low carbon economy. So we use the Andigen Index as a climate resilience index introduced by University of Notre Dame. It is widely used and it's also adopted by IMF, World Bank, and ISDB in their report. So this index has two components of climate readiness and also climate vulnerability. Unfortunately, again, Islamic countries seems to be perform lower compared to the global average and also to the non-IC countries. And can you guess how about the fiscal policies? So unfortunately, from the fiscal policy, the same. So we are underperformed in terms of green spending and then tax revenue as well, and higher fossil subsidies as predicted by IMF. And so IMF and NGFS has created this transmission risk channel for the climate risk. Started with what are the climate risks, and then what are the implications to the real economy, and how this implication translated into a climate-specific financial risk. And what is missing there is the transmission to the Islamic finance. We need that. And IFSB has introduced guidance in exposure draft in early this year that had identified what things that should be considered by Islamic finance. This could be the different financing contracts and also different limited risk mitigants. But what we'd like to add in here is that the important link to the ontology or the Maqasid al-Sharia, which mandated the environmental obligation. And then our main motivations are to strengthen the climate risk awareness and also accelerate climate actions from this industry. So when we started this study, we only found 5 journals in the Scopus, so this reflects significant gaps in the literature. And so then we try first with building the systematic literature review using the machine learning. And then after that, we try to provide some empirical evidence to support the argument. And the first, when we do the systematic literature review, so we use the machine learning to help us to get a better insight. What are the discussions? Based on 168 documents, we implement latent Dirichlet allocation model on top of traditional bibliometric tools. And then on the empirical evidence, we want to explore the correlations between the Islamic finance development and also climate resilience. And we use the LSEG IFDI index, Islamic Finance Development Index, which we think that it covers some part of the Maqasid al-Suriyah. And we also use the NDGen index across 113 countries over 12 periods. So this is the main framework that we did for our first study. This is built upon the gaps that we identified from the previous literature. So we combine the database, we combine the tools, we also do data screening and also scope of analysis more systemically. But one thing, key insight in here is that the use of machine learning is really helpful to get deeper insight of what our discussion more than the traditional tools can offer. And then this is our findings. So we identified 4 major agenda in the discussions, but much recent literature heavily focused on the Islamic green finance. So just last Friday, NGFS issued a statement that green finance itself is not enough. We need more. We need to greening the financial system. And the other major agenda that are discussed is that the integration of ESG and sustainable development into Islamic finance, and then corporate governance and Islamic social finance, as well as Islamic banking practices. And one thing to highlight in here is that after the COP28 being held in Islamic countries in UAE, so we have seen increase in the literature, so this is the good news. So this is the conceptual framework that we've built based on the bibliometric analysis. We try to connect between the fundamental concept of Al-Quran and Ijma, and then translate it into principles and implementation framework. So this framework encourages shifting in the paradigm from theoretical into more concrete climate actions to address some of the objective of restoring balance and also mitigating some further implication from the climate. We also identified Islamic finance specific risks. This is closely aligned with the IFSB recommendations, and then we also wanted to have more balanced approach, so not only on the risk but also the innovations. So there's a potential opportunity from the green sukuk and also Islamic social finance, and the important thing is that the policy implication, as we found in the research gaps. So we identify some of the key important things to guide the future directions of the research and also for the climate policy, including the climate risk assessment and also climate policy development specific to this industry. So this is the second study that we've built. So this investigates the correlation between Islamic finance development and also climate resilience. So built on the Paltinuri et al. Study, which found correlation positively between IFDI and ESG, but we replace it with the NDGen. And we add some additional controls, and this is the finding. So the finding suggests that the IFDI is broadly aligned with sustainability objective. So the countries with developed Islamic finance tend to have higher climate resilience and lower climate vulnerability. And then we also conduct sub-analysis on the OIC and on the IC countries and country income levels. So the findings are quite consistent for IC, but for the interestingly on the country income levels, the correlation are higher in the middle and low income economies. So to wrap up, this is the last thing, please. Yeah. Okay. So this is the EKC framework that we've adopted. So we try to explore between the economic development and also climate resilience, and use the IFDI as climate finance. So as the country's income increase, the climate resilience also increase up to a certain point, and then it becomes negatively correlate, and this creates policy implication on the need of balanced and sustainable climate policies, and also the collaboration between high and low income economy to support just transition, and then the less integration on the climate on the Islamic finance.
Thank you so much, Astrid.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. I now invite very quick comments from the committee, if may have. If you don't, it's okay. Yes, Professor Samir.
All right. Thank you, Astrid, for your presentation. Really very nice graphs and data sets. Just was wondering for more in-depth. You probably addressed that in your study, but maybe it didn't come across here clearly. In terms of the correlation between Islamic OIC countries and non-OIC countries from your findings, and then looking specifically at OIC countries, Islamic countries. So what are the policy implications? What are the issues between high-income countries and low-income countries? Would that end up the same with, for example, high-income non-Muslim countries in terms of the climate action, and low-income non-Muslim countries, again, in relation to the climate action? So the exact correlation between those two, it wasn't clear for me.
Thank you, Professor Samir.
Very quick one. Excellent presentation. But I was wondering, when you were conducting your empirical study, whether you wanted to look at the countries in terms of Islamicity index. So then you will realize that developed countries are more Islamic in a sense, and hence they have much better contributions to sustainability and environmental issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ali. Okay, thank you, Professor Astrid. I think you will benefit from
Sorry, Hisham, just a very, very brief.
Please.
It's an exciting study, but in such studies, which I know Astrid is planning, but I just want to get that across to the audience.
Very quickly, please.
The empirical studies are exciting, but what is important, and also in our debate on Islamic finance and sustainable development, structures are not coming forward. And hopefully that is something that you can contribute. What is Islamic finance structure? What additional? So that's something that will add value to the research. I know that you are planning, but just wanted to get the audience, because we talk a lot on Islamic finance sustainability, but again, in the end of the day, it goes to organized tawarruk, and it doesn't help.
Thank you, Professor. And thank you, Astrid. Thank you so much. Our next presenter is Brother Muhammad Zulkifli, a PhD researcher at Durham University. His presentation is titled Capital and Islam, a critical examination from the lens of Islamic moral economy. Please join me in welcoming Brother Zulkifli to the stage. Yes, thank you. Use this one and follow the timing here, please. Less than 10 minutes. Yes, yes.
Assalamu alaikum. All right, the topic of my study is on the capital, or as you can see on the screen, the Islamic finance in the sign of autumn. So when I mention the sign of autumn here, thank you. I would like to refer to the case of Annales school of thought, which is, pardon my French, I do not know whether I pronounce it correctly or not, but in the Annales school of thought, when they look at the historical part, they look at the sign of autumn as the lead phase of the capitalism, in the sense that this is this time where the financial environment improved a lot and it overcome the pace of the real outcome, which is the real economy. So this is the outline of my presentation. I will just mention my problem statements, and afterwards I will focus on the econometric approaches. And from there, I will look at the result from a substantivist exploration through the Islamic political economy. So this is the problem statement. When I look at the case of Islamic finance, I can see that the finance outcome has increased tremendously. And when the finance outcome has increased tremendously, what happened to the other sector? Now the finance sector is become the hegemony. The finance sector is the one who is the forefront of in the economy environment. And when I mention finance and financialization, it means that finance used to be a means for one to produce the real outcome. But now, when I mention financialization, it means that finance now has become part of the accumulation circuit. And the second one is the distribution of financing of Islamic banks on selected jurisdiction and silent financialization. The silent financialization here, I mean by that is that when we look at the Islamic bank, I just want to know whether are we tilting towards the financing towards the financial sector, or are we looking at financing towards the real economy? The reason why I mentioned silent financialization is that in the form, we can see that it is Islamic, but in the substance, it's moving towards this financialization order. So this is just one of the data that I have extracted from the World Bank. We can see that if we look at from the market capitalization, from the percentage of the GDP, we can see that it has growing higher and higher and higher. And this is one of the data that I have extracted from the IFSB. This is financing by sector. So from the Middle East country, for example, the Saudi Arabia, for example, we can see that they focus more on the financing on the financial and the real estate sector. The same thing happened with Malaysia and Indonesia, but with Bangladesh and Egypt, for Bangladesh, because we have a different social formation in Bangladesh, they focus more on the manufacturing. However, in the Egypt, we can see that the sector of the financial and real estate, it has growing larger. And this is the empirical exploration. My data, I do not have 3.5 million observations, but I focus on 15 dual banking countries and 437 banks. And in this empirical exploration, I need to acknowledge that the data itself is hierarchical by nature. What does it mean by that? So we have years within bank and then banks within countries. It is not common for those economists here to look at this econometric problem from the hierarchical perspective. And because of that, I do use this multi-level modeling and the two-way fixed effects in order for me to overcome this hierarchical nature of the data. I do not want to spend a lot of time in this data, but let's just look at the results. So the result, we can see that in the first model, whereby this is the multi-level modeling one, the manufacturing has a positive and a significant impact. This is a counterintuitive outcome, I would say, because of the stronger the industrial base, it is associated with a higher financialization. So higher financialization at the firm level, also we create a higher industrial. And then the Islamic banking dummy is large and positive in the sense that the Islamic presence shows higher firm level financialization overall. So when the country indulges itself into the industrialization, it will also have a higher financialization in the Islamic bank. So those asset linkage, those Sharia compliant assets in the name of the Islamic bank, it still do not able to cut down the financialization trend, although that the industrialization is increasing from this model. And from this model as well, I would like just to skip that. In the next model, this is the model whereby I focus on the manufacturing value added as the dependent variable. And in this case, we can see that the financialization at the national level has a negative impact towards the manufacturing value added. Or in other words, the financialization here, the higher the financialization, it will create deindustrialization. So in other words, those, when we focus on the financial sector, it will cause the industrial sector to be determined in terms of its growth trend. And let me just go into this narrative. So in the narrative here, I would like to ask the question of what kind of capital that we are talking about. So we have, because when we look at the result from the empirical, we can see that the higher the financialization, it will create deindustrialization at the national level. And how we want to interpret the outcome. So we have these naturalistic views of what is capital, the constitutive view, and the Islamic moral economy. And before I would like to end this presentation, I would like to just showcase these slides. So this is the understanding of capital from the Islamic moral economy perspective, in the sense that we have the verticality, we have our own Islamic ontology. And this Islamic ontology is the one that construct, is the one that shape our understanding of capital. And we have that verticality as the Islamic ontology, and that verticality reflect, which is we have the first, second, and the third curve line, reflect into the ideal economic formations. And just one thing. And on the x-axis here, that is our evidence. From anthropological perspective, that is our day-to-day. And from there is how we see capital from the Islamic moral economy perspective. And by that, thank you.
Zulkifli, for your presentation. Actually, we will move very quickly to the next presentation. The committee's comments, inshallah, we will share with you in written. Thank you, brother. Our next presentation is by Brother Muhammad Muslim Anshuri, a PhD researcher at the University of Dundee. His topic is Zakah and tax integration in promoting social and economic development in Indonesia. Please join me in welcoming Brother Anshuri. Yes, brother. Use this, okay, this, and follow the timing, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Muhammad Muslim Ansori, and I will present my research with the topic Zakat and tax integration in promoting sustainable social and economic development in Indonesia. So many people think that Zakat is only a religious duty, something spiritual and personal, but in fact, it is a powerful financial tool. So Indonesia, we are a country with a massive population of Muslims, so which means we have a huge potential of zakat. However, the number of zakat that can be collected is only 5%. This is why I want to understand why the current system cannot capture its potential and how zakat and tax can work together to achieve national development and also global sustainability goals. Our regulations state that zakat currently can be deducted from taxable income, but this still creates double burden for the taxpayer, particularly those in the middle income class. This is why I want, and when I work as a tax officer in Indonesia, many people come and complain to me, and they said, why they have to pay tax? They already pay zakat, which is more important because this is what their religion asks to do, while tax only make their financial burden more and more. And then it feels heavy, and it feels so heavy and unfair for them if they have to pay zakat and tax at the same time. So this makes me aware that the problem in our system is not only technical, but also moral and emotional. The data from the Ministry of Finance shows that only less than 1% of taxpayers that report their zakat on their tax return, which means there's a lot of taxpayers do not claim the benefit that they are entitled to. This is the main reason why I want to conduct this research, because I want to understand why this is happening. In the past, zakat was closely linked to the public finance, where zakat was one of the main sources of income in several Muslim regions. So this historicalism reminds us that zakat and tax can work together instead of replacing each other. Even nowadays, the United Nations use zakat fund to finance its humanitarian project. For example, in Indonesia, where zakat and tax, where the UN work with Basnas to eradicate poverty. So what are we trying to find, and how do we explore it? Basically, what we want to do in this research, we want to answer these three research questions. The first is, how can zakat be integrated into the tax system in Indonesia? What we want to do here, we want to understand what are the methods to integrate zakat into tax system in the country, and how can this integration bridge the gap between Islamic moral economy and public finance? And then the second, to what extent does zakat and tax integration will impact a country's development? So we want to know what are the broader impact of this integration will bring to the country in terms of social and economy. And then the third is, to what extent the citizen perception towards the integration zakat into tax system in Indonesia. So what we want to do here, we want to know what are factors that influence people to comply with zakat and tax through this integration. So by answering these three research questions, it is expected that we can understand not only technical, but also human side of zakat and tax integration, so we can understand and we can design a policy or a system that works better for the people. So how do we explore it? The first research question, we will do qualitative analysis where we collect data from the interview consists of three groups of participants. The first group of participants are policymakers, and the second is Islamic scholar and zakat expertise, and the third is from the public themselves. And then the second, we use simulation model where we use system dynamic simulation. We use secondary data from the Ministry of Finance and also Ministry of Religious Affairs and Indonesia Statistic Agency. While the third research question, we will do quantitative analysis from data from questionnaires. So this is our initial finding for the first research question. Our interview findings reveals that there are 6 key themes of that shape the discussion on zakat and tax integration. We found out why the current system is underutilized because of these 2 main factors. As a tax officer, I have to admit that our regulation is very complex and unclear. So for the taxpayer, because this is very complex, particularly in terms of tax refund, so they don't want to claim these benefits because they think that it does not worth the effort for them if they claim their tax refund from the zakat. And then in terms of psychological barriers, since their lack of knowledge, the non-Muslim citizen, they assume that this policy only applies for zakat. In fact, it is applied to any other religious donation. And then this is the main problem that we have to face, that public do not trust with tax authority and zakat institution. So we also come with the perspective of integration. So the first is those who agree with this integration because they think that this integration will boost the economy and also increase efficiency. And then if zakat applies as a tax credit, it will potentially reduce their financial burden. However, there's also a group of people who do not support this integration because they believe zakat and tax are 2 different worlds in terms of conceptual. Zakat based on the Islamic principle, while tax is from the state law. And then there's also the resistance from the tax officer because they believe if zakat applies as a tax credit, it will reduce the tax revenue for the state. And then from the non-Muslim citizen, they are afraid that this regulation will apply exclusively for the Muslim, not to other religious donation. And then we comes up from our interview with the 3 models of integration. The first is technical integration model, so which is focused on the database integration. And basically what we want to do here, we want to reduce the administrative burden. The second is institutional design models, which refers to in Saudi Arabia, where we integrate zakat and tax institution into one organization, either fully or partially. And then the third is zakat as a tax incentive, where instead of deducted from taxable income, zakat can be deducted from the tax income. So we also find an answer that zakat and tax can bridge the gap between Islamic moral economy and public finance because they both share similar objectives. However, the system should be designed with adherent Sharia compliance and also fiscal objectives. And the most important thing, it should be inclusive. So we have to treat all religion the same. And then this is the benefit and also challenge, almost similar why people agree and disagree with integration. And then what we have to do if we want to apply this integration, the first we have to ensure that our system ready to support integration in terms of technology and institutional. And then the most important thing, we have to rebuild public trust because the successful of this integration will be heavily depends on how people see the integrity and or fairness of the system. And then this is the model that we designed to answer the second research question. So what you are seeing here is the causal loop diagram. So this diagram shows what are variables in the system and then how the change in one variable will affect another variables. So in the center, you can see that zakat and tax revenue, the increase of both will be more money to the state revenue. The increase of state revenue means more money distributed to poverty alleviation program, which is expected to reduce the number of mustahik and then also reduce the poverty rate. And then in the end, it will loop back, will be the increase of the number of muzaki. And then this is the stock flow diagram. So this diagram shows that how those variables in the system works, interact and also change over time. There are 3 main variables in the system. So they're called stock and flow and auxiliary variable. So this is the dashboard of the result of our initial model that I think we still need to define. We apply zakat as we put scenario zakat as a tax credit, and then we found out that the number of mustahik will decrease and the number of muzaki will increase if we apply zakat as tax credit in less than, and then the number of muzaki will be higher than the number of mustahik in Indonesia in less than 10 years after the system is implemented. So this is what I have to do with our research. So I still have to link my first research question, my interview finding with the literature, and then I have to revise our model, simulation model, so it reflects the real world condition, and then we are collecting our data through question right now, and we hope we can get the data by the end of the year, and then we do the analysis.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brother Anshuri, for this presentation and keeping the allocated time. Our final presenter is Sister Nur Hidayat Binti Jamilan, a PhD researcher at University of Dundee. Her research titled The Use of FinTech in the Islamic Social Finance Sector in Malaysia as a Catalyst for Sustainable Development. Please join me in welcoming Sister Nur Hidayat to the stage. You have 10 minutes, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Nur Hidayat binti Jamilan from Dundee University. And okay, for today's presentation, I will present about my ongoing PhD research, which explores how financial technology or fintech can be better explored into the Islamic social finance sector in Malaysia, specifically in zakat and wakaf institutions, to enhance transparency, accountability, and to contribute to the sustainable development. And this is what I try to cover for today's presentation. Okay, let's start. Globally, 1.4 billion people live in with the unbanked. Okay, sorry. Globally, 1.4 billion adults are unbanked, and more than 700 million people live in an extreme poverty. And these numbers show us that while the world has progressed technologically, many are still excluded from the opportunity. And this makes me ask an important question. What good is innovation if it doesn't include everyone? So Islamic social finance offered a timeless answer to that question. Islamic social finance is an important component in Islamic finance. It's a faith-based financial system grounded in justice, compassion, and shared prosperity, where wealth is seen as a trust or amanah, and it's not just a possession. Through the instruments like zakat, wakaf, sadaqah, and qardul hasan, these tools provide a powerful mechanism for poverty reduction, education, healthcare, and economic empowerment. However, To truly scale its impact, Islamic social finance must evolve with the times, and this is where the fintech comes in. Over the past decade, fintech has helped over 1.2 billion people to access banking and payment transactions. And it doesn't just make the transactions faster, easier, but it also helps to improve transparency and also to build the public trust. Fintech provides not just a technology, but also the system integration, data, and innovation culture that can connect every part of Islamic social finance, from collection function, distribution function, and impact reporting. And in Malaysia, the country has a real opportunity where the country has a mature Islamic finance ecosystem, and the government are very supportive in digital innovation through the My Digital 2021 and Central Bank of Malaysia Financial Sector Blueprint 2022 to 2026. These both policies highlight that fintech and Islamic finance as the key drivers in inclusive growth. So, despite having a strong foundation in Islamic finance and supportive digital policies, fintech adoption in Islamic social finance, specifically in zakat and wakaf institutions, remains limited and uneven. Most zakat and wakaf institutions that have a better progress already in the digital collection function. However, when it comes to the distribution function, reporting, many systems are still manual, fragmented, and lack of interoperability. And these limitations ultimately reduce Islamic social finance ability to fulfill its mission in this digital age. And why does this study matters? Because it's not just about upgrading the technology. It's about reimagining how Islamic social finance can evolve to be more transparent, more accountable, and more impactful in delivering the real change for the communities that they serve. And this is what the question of this research is trying to answer. This is what is missing in current research, where after reviewing the literature, there are several gaps that are emerged. First, most studies focus on the banking areas, but not in Islamic social finance, specifically in zakat and wakaf. Second, technologies like blockchain, AI, Internet of Things is often being proposed by the studies, but it's rarely being implemented in zakat and wakaf institutions itself. And third, there is a limited empirical research in understanding how zakat and wakaf institution itself perceive fintech. So my research addressed these gaps by mapping the fintech ecosystem for Islamic social finance in Malaysia. And the second one is exploring the stakeholders' perception. And the last paper, it will quantify the institutional readiness. And to address these gaps, this study used a mixed method approach, as you can see here, where the first paper, this paper using a scoping review and the document analysis, where the data collection is coming from the academic databases and also the national policies. Meanwhile, for the second paper, this paper dived deeper into the stakeholders' perception in zakat and wakaf institutions through the semi-structured interview and with the thematic analysis. And finally, the third paper uses a quantitative design where the data collection involves the structured survey questionnaires which will be distributed to the zakat and wakaf institutions in Malaysia. So, as I mentioned earlier, my thesis consists of 3 papers, but for today's presentation, I will focus specifically on my second paper of initial findings, which explores the perceptions of zakat and wakaf institutions officers on fintech usage. And why I chose this focus, because I believe that it highlights the real voices from the ground, from the zakat institution, from zakat and wakaf institutions itself about what's their view on fintech. And let's take a quick look at how zakat and wakaf institution is being administered in Malaysia. First, zakat and wakaf administration in Malaysia is decentralized across the states line. And at the state level there, the Sultan, or we call the Sultan or the state ruler, is the head of Islamic religion. And they are supported by the SIRCs, or we call it as State of Islamic Religious Council. And under each of the SIRCs, there are zakat and wakaf institutions. And at the national level, we do have the Department of Awqaf, Zakat and Hajj, or Jauhar, and also the Malaysian Waqaf Foundation to coordinate and support the SIRCs. But these Jauhar and MWF, they do not override the authority of the state. This is a quick overview about the Zakat and Waqaf institutions in Malaysia, where some of the Zakat and Waqaf institutions are operate as corporate entities and others are keep them directly under the SIRCs or State of Islamic Religious Council. And for Zakat institution, some states separate its function, where some of the institutions, they combine Zakat collection and distribution functions together. But some of the states, they split into two. And because of this, the innovation and digital adoption are uneven among the Zakat and Waqaf institutions. So let me share the initial findings from my interview with the Zakat and Waqaf institutions. Okay. First, both Zakat and Waqaf institutions, they are very positive in the fintech usage, where they view the fintech as an enabler for them, especially in improving the collection, data management, and distribution, where in both institutions, fintech, they are most used in the collection function, while the data management and distribution function is still being expanded gradually. And for the Waqaf institution specifically, this one is, I'm a bit interested, where fintech is also seen as a valuable marketing and engagement tool. Why? Because some of the Waqaf institution in Malaysia, they use a GIS system, or we call it as a Geographical Information System technology, in tracing the Waqaf land and assets. For example, they will try to use this GIS system in locating where is the land and how much is the size of the land. This one is helping them better understand the development potential to align with the community needs and maximizing their social and economic impact. Where, for example, when the land is located in the rural areas, what project development they could develop. Then after that, they will post into their website. Then they will do the crowdfunding. How much is the project? For example, it's 1 million. Then they will track from there. So these Waqaf contributors can see how much and until where the money goes. The second one is the barriers to fintech adoption of the emerge. Where in this slide, actually, there are two slides. So I just combine it together, the findings. So while the fintech holds strong potential for Zakat and Waqaf institutions, the interviews reveal several barriers that limit wider fintech adoption in both institutions. And these challenges appear at two levels, where at the community level and also at the institutional level. Both institutions at the community level is facing the issues related to digital literacy, and also as a traditional donor preferences, because they are more prefer to the over-the-counter payment, zakat payment or wakaf.
Yes, thank you.
While at the institutional level, there are limited budgets and financial constraints were frequently mentioned during the interviews, because developing or upgrading the fintech system they require significant investment, which is it's not cheap, it's very expensive, where this financial limitation slows the ability of institutions to expand digital services beyond basic collection. And finally, the governance structures also poses a challenge, where every state have different regulations on zakat and wakaf. And the impact of these barriers on fintech's potential is, of course, there is a delay in digitalization and limits the transformative potential, and it becomes the digitalization becomes partial or hybrid. Second, the lack of system integration results in duplication and data silos, where without the interconnected databases, institutions cannot easy to verify the recipients across the states. And this is not only risk the unintentional duplication of aid among the zakat recipients, but also affects the strategic planning and resource allocation. Third, both institutions struggle to measure the impact effectively. The last one is the digital divide between states become wider. And for the last and the recommendation, surprisingly, the recommendations from the stakeholders between the zakat and wakaf institutions, where the interview is coming from different background, for example, CEOs, IT officer, account officer, and wakaf project development. The strongest request was for a centralized national system. Second, they also highlight the need for stronger back-end integration. Most institutions, they already have digital payment channels, but what they need to do now is end-to-end digitalization, from collection to assessment to distribution to impact reporting. Because these zakat and wakaf institutions, they already been over for the digital collection. I mean, the zakat payers, the wakaf contributors, they already well known for the digital payment like QR codes, mobile apps, and also the crowdfunding platform.
Yes,
but at the back end, okay.
Thank you so much.
I think that's all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sister Nur Hidayah, for a wonderful presentation. I think we have come to the end of our session. Thank you all for being with us today. I know it was a little bit long session, but very enjoyable. A big thanks to our esteemed scientific committee members. And thank you all. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you to Dr. Hisham and all of our students. Before we continue, I'd like to call up all of our student speakers to the stage for a family photo, as well as our professors for their contributions. I'd like you to make your way onto the stage so we can take a family photo and capture this moment and the work that has been put in by all of these students. Dr. Hisham, I'd also like you to take center stage for leading that session. Yes, sorry, Professor. If I can have you guys at the center of the stage a little quickly, please. Please, please, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the student researchers of the 4th AlBaraka Summit, I think they deserve a strong round of applause for their excellent and outstanding research that I'm sure will have a grave impact on the future of the Islamic economy. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short 10-15 minute coffee break. Ahead of that, I'd like to announce that we found this ring on the floor somewhere in this conference room. It was brought to me. It's a gold ring with a black stone on it. So if you did lose this ring, you can find it at the technical team's desk. Thank you. Esteemed participants, I would like to thank you all for your patience and for bearing with us through the final moments of the AlBaraka Summit. I would kindly like to ask all of our participants that are currently standing to make their way to their seats as we will introduce the final session of the 4th AlBaraka Summit here in London. We're going to now transition into a workshop that invites us to take a closer, more analytical look at the realities shaping Muslim economic life around the world. This next session will help ground many of the themes that we've discussed today in real data, lived experience, and evolving global trends. I am honored to have this workshop led by Dr. Iman Shadi, the Executive Secretary at the Strategic Thinking Center for Islamic Economy. She will guide us through a session titled The Economic Landscape of Muslims, Realities and Transformations. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Iman Shadi.
I don't want that. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, thank you all for being here for the last moments, as Afnan said. I know this is the final session, and you are all exhausted after this fully interesting day. Promise I won't make it so long for you, and I'll try to make it short. I hope you enjoy new information, or at least we will share our experiences together. Okay, we will be examining the economic landscape of Muslims. And by Muslims here, we will talk not only about the majority communities, but also about the minority communities. Okay. Thank you. Yes, okay, thanks. Okay, we will explore today 4 main topics: the human resources in OIC and the Islamic minorities, natural resources in OIC, economic situation in OIC and Islamic minorities, economic expectations for OIC, and finally, recommendations and conclusions for Islamic economic institutions. The first thing we will talk about is the human resources in OIC. And the human resources, we here are going to talk about first the importance of HR, or human resources. We have many aspects that is very important for all the institutions. The human resources are significant. We need them for enhancing productivity, achieving sustainable development, and fostering innovation and growth, stimulating consumption. And this is I think, is the very important aspect for the economic institutions. We all increase as you follow, and I am happy that we have in here some of our guests who attended already the Istanbul summit. And we talked about the demographic growth of Muslims, and the growing the Muslims are in any place, not only the Muslim countries. We have this affecting the halal economy and halal industry as a whole. Okay, here we have the very important 2 facts that in 2022, the population in the OIC were 2 billion. And they represent a significant quarter of the world population. Those aged from 0 to 24 represents 51%, almost 51% of the population. This is a very large number, actually. Now, think about the potential here. If those together came around, what should they have? We have 3 important things: investment, production, and the trade flourishing. Those 3 things together are very important for almost all the economic institutions, not only for Islamic economy institutions. And this shapes further the landscape of Muslims. Okay. Now we are going to talk about some indicators from the Islamic world, focusing on the OIC also. Some indicators that may be hinting very important indicators. Education indicators. In the OIC, the gross enrollment ratio for education in 2021 was the least. And for the primary and the pre-primary stages, it was even less than 2020. For the employment, the unemployment decreased, but over a very large amount, it's 23 years, from 6.5 to 5.9. And this is not enough to achieve the target the OIC are aiming to do by 2030. Can you have your mobile phones, please? Scan this barcode. Thank you for who are ready to go. Yes, please. Let's reflect together. What are the challenges advancing HR in OIC? Yeah, I'll follow you on. Thank you. Okay, so first, lack of capacity. Who's coming next? Only one participant. Do you want me to leave to conclude the day? I know it's the final session, but we are trying to engage together to make it more interactive and to share experiences together. Thank you. Participatory. Okay, efficiency. What other challenges advancing HR? Okay, that's great. Many from conventional finance background. What else? Okay, lack of awareness. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. That's truly right. First of all is the unemployment, the economic and social factors that you already mentioned on the Padlet, and the weak investment in education and the training, you mentioned that also, cultural challenges, and the political and economic challenges, poor infrastructure, educational gaps, and lack of trained competencies. You almost mentioned most of them. Okay, moving to the how to advance them. Those are the challenges, how to advance them. What is the role of the institutions of the Islamic economy? There are two types of strategies. One type is the external one, which is cooperational strategies, and the other one is the internal strategies. For the external strategies, I suggest that from a literature review, developing education and training programs, strengthening partnerships with educational institutions, investing in research and development, utilizing modern technologies, supporting entrepreneurship, and continuous evaluation and review. Also have the regional and international cooperation. For the internal strategies, there are three main things: promoting a culture of lifelong learning within the institutions themselves, the economic institutions, Islamic economic institutions, and improving the work environment, enhancing diversity and inclusion. And then we'll talk about the human resources of the Islamic minorities. And you know, we are in a country of already a minority, Islamic minority. On the other hand, of the human resources in the countries of non-Muslim majority. First, for the education, ISCED, this is the university and the above education. It's in Europe. There is a study done by Agency for Fundamental Rights, FRA. It was done for 13 countries from EU, and the results showed that there are 19% of the Muslims completed higher education. However, the same percentage for the 22 EU countries is, can anyone give a number? It's already in the screen. It's already on the screen. It's already on the screen, it's 30%. So for the Muslims, it's 19, and the other population, it's 30%, okay? And the dropout rate before secondary school, the age from 18 to 24 years, for the 13 countries, for the Muslims, it was 30%. However, for the rest of the population who are non-Muslim, it's 10%. So can you see the gap? Okay, can you have your phone again, please? What are the challenges face Muslim minorities, do you think? Who's the first to come? Thank you. Funding. Yes, funding is a very crucial. Okay, thank you so much. This means social discrimination, marginalization, and discrimination in education and employment, those which we already reflected on right now. Where is the opportunities for Islamic institutions to invest in HR in this? Okay, there are many opportunities for Islamic institutions. First of all, increasing the purchasing power of Muslim minorities after improving their level of education and training and income. Creating a stable and attractive economic environment for investment in areas inhabited by minorities. Utilizing affordable and qualified human resources after providing them with training. This would encourage the local people to be more aware of the culture of the society. So would be human resources from local who understand the culture and the target market, which reduces the marketing and adaptation costs. Finally, promoting innovation and entrepreneurship among minority communities will increase the investments chances. I hope the HR part was not so long. Now we will turning for a more, it's not a human thing, it's a natural resources. And the natural resources actually is very interesting part. Can you see those colors? It's a very interesting map actually. The darker the color is, the more natural resources the country has. Okay? So if we looked at Egypt, Russia, Kazakhstan, KSA, and Australia, we can find that, for example, KSA and Kazakhstan are dark brown. Russia is less dark than KSA and Kazakhstan. And Australia and Egypt are less darker. This means less natural resources. What is the importance of natural resources, in a way? Okay, it plays a pivotal role. First of all, achieving economic growth contributes to increasing GDP and boosting investments. Second, job creation, employment opportunities across various sectors, helping reduce unemployment rates. And finally, enhancing food security. The agriculture production helps meet the needs of the population. If we looked at these 4 countries, we can see that Iraq has a significant 67% of its natural resources, subsoil assets. This is derived from non-renewable subsoil assets. This dependency is critical, and this means a lot for the economic framework of the country. Moving to Kenya, 55% of its natural resources is agricultural lands. This means the importance of agriculture supporting both economy and the food security in Guinea is very high. In Niger, we can see that the protected areas constitute more than 20% of the nation's wealth. This is testament to value the conversion, natural habitats, and biodiversity, which are vital for substantial development. Finally, if we look at Guyana, relies heavily on its forests. It's 31.5% of its wealth coming from this source. This shows the importance of forestry in maintaining balance and supporting livelihoods at the same time. Those examples illustrate the diverse ways in which natural resources underpin the economics of OIC countries. Do the OIC countries invest their natural resources effectively? Do you think so? Do you think we are, as a country of OIC, are effectively using our resources? Yeah, there is a answer here. Actually, no. OIC countries are experiencing increasing water scarcity, facing high water-related risks and stress, and lacking drinking water and sanitation services. The OIC is one of the most vulnerable regions due to high exposure to low adaptive capacity and climate change. In recent decades, the growth of the rate of anthropographic GHG, which is the emissions, the primary driver of climate change, has been faster in OIC countries than any non-OIC developing countries. Okay, from this natural resources investment reality, most likely to be negatively affected by the transition to the energy, the clean energy. The process of renewable energy, given the decline of use of fossil fuels across the world and the consequent fall in their international prices, may dramatically reduce the income of the oil rents for the countries depending on that. Okay. The natural resource investment strategies. What do you think should be the strategies to invest? First of all, there should be a public-private partnership to attract investments. And leveraging modern technology and resources extraction, like horizontal drilling for oil and gas, along with the smart agricultural practices. Also funding initiatives that encourage sustainable resources utilization, including water and material recycling projects. What is the Islamic Economic Institution's role in this also? The Islamic Economic Institutions are currently doing a lot, actually. For the ISDB Bank is actually, let's say, some of the facts that the bank did, providing sustainable financing. Under the umbrella of Sustainable Finance Framework, SFF, the ISDB Bank has pioneered both green and sustainable sukuk to mobilize more than 5 billion US dollars for climate-friendly and social development projects in its member countries. And encouraging ethical and responsible investments, Malaysia, I see friends from Malaysia here. Malaysia Employee Provident Fund, the EBF, that holds sustainable Islamic funds, announced its transition to be a sustainable investor with a fully ESG-compliant portfolio by 2030 and climate-neutral portfolio by 2050. Yeah, 50. Providing technical and administrative consulting from the institutions of Islamic economy, the launch by ISDB of the Technology Development Cooperation Program, the TDCB, is expected to facilitate the transfer of the deployments of cost-effective technologies. And those are the roles that are done further till now. Economic situation in OIC and the Islamic minorities. First is the OIC. Here we have contributions on the GDP. For some activities, I selected the highest ones. This chart illustrates the impact of various activities on the GDP within the OIC. For instance, the agriculture. The agriculture accounts for approximately 10% of the GDP, surpassing figures found in both advanced and developing nations. Similarly, non-manufacturing sector exceeds the global average, primarily due to the expansion of extractive industries focused on fossil fuels. Investment average in OIC is 28 in 2022. The employment rate is 52.2, which is less than other percentages in the world. Any group of countries, we are the less, you can say the least. The unemployment rate of the OIC is higher than the world unemployment rate, unfortunately. The inflation rate declined slightly from in 2023 compared to 2022. The export average is 39, and the import account for 34 almost. This leads to talking about the international trade situation. Okay, you can see here some major factors that who is the highest countries in the international merchandise, but along the world. Okay, if we looked at the intra-trade, we can find that by the value, we have Saudi Arabia is the first as export, and United Arab Emirates as the first as the importer. Okay, and if we looked by the share from the country itself, we can find that Gambia, or Zambia in Arabic, it has the highest share, as it's 99.5% of its money is going to, it's only $3 billion, okay? Followed by Somalia. But it's how much of my money is going to intra-trade, okay? Economic situation of Islamic minorities. This is controversial. Economic situation of Islamic minorities. Let's start with UK. UK, we have the Muslims experience unemployment. We have a rate of 7.2% of Muslims who are experiencing unemployment. However, the rate for the others is 4%. This highlights a significant challenge in achieving economic equality, according to a study in 2020. If we came to Europe in general, when we look at the employment rates for individuals aged 20 to 64, we see that 63% of Muslims are employed in comparison to the employment rate of others, 75%. According to the FRA study on the 13th country of EU I mentioned earlier in 2022. The same study stated that the probability of employing a veiled woman is 46% compared to 61% for unveiled women. These statistics paint a clear picture of the economic hurdles Islamic minorities encounter. It's crucial for us to understand these disparities as we work towards the more inclusive economic opportunities. Okay, I'll ask about how much time do I have?
6 minutes.
Thank you. Okay. I'll go to the most exciting part. So we now know more about this, what we will talk about effects on the global situation. You know, this leads to a very complicated situation, the key policies to promote. Yes, we will go to this slide, the key economic policies to promote cooperation and development. What do you think are the key economic policies that can foster cooperation? It's on the slide. It's on the slide. So I hope you can interact. Okay, the first thing is the intra-trade we just mentioned. They should enhance the intra-trade among the OIC countries. That's first of all. Okay, reducing barriers and facilitating easier trade within the region. We can simulate economic growth and create new opportunities for businesses of all sizes. Next, the digital infrastructure development, investing in robust digital networks enables better connectivity and access to global markets. Research and development is another vital policy. By working together on research and development, countries can share knowledge and innovations, leading to technologies advancements that benefit all. Investments in SMEs, small, and we have a full session for that. Small and medium enterprises are the backbone of economies, and supporting them can lead to job creation and economic diversification. Finally, the energy and sustainability, sustainable cooperation, collaborative efforts in sustainable energy can lead to more efficient resource use and help address global environmental challenges. The strategic recommendations for Islamic economic institutions. First of all, as we move forward, the Islamic economic institutions, they have key steps to consider, and they are pivotal for sustainable growth and development. First of all, investing in human resources is essential by prioritizing education and skill development. We empower individuals to contribute more efficiently and effectively to the economy. It's about creating opportunities for everyone to thrive. Next, let's talk about utilizing natural resources, sustainability. Our aim should be to balance growth with environmental stewardship, ensuring that our resources meet both current and future needs. And this, Dr. Shireen was talking a lot about it in the first day. This approach not only protects our environment, but also secures long-term prosperity. Another crucial aspect is empowering the Muslim communities is at the heart of these strategies. By supporting communities-led initiatives, ensuring inclusive development, we can uplift entire communities. This is not just about economic gains. It's about enhancing quality of life and creating a sense of shared progress. Finally, strengthening intra-cooperation by fostering stronger ties and collaboration among Islamic nations, we can build a more united and resilient economic front. This unity can drive growth and innovation across borders. Let's embrace these strategies as a path toward a more prosperous and sustainable future for all Islamic nations. And by this, I would ask you for your reflection. For the content of the session, it doesn't take 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes, I promise. So please scan the feedback survey, and I'll be here to watch who did it. So I would highly appreciate sharing your feedback. We are asking your feedback for this because we already provide this workshop in a full-day workshop, and this is the short version of it. And we provide also other 3 workshops in one full day, besides the, two schools, one winter school and one summer school. And this all information are provided on our website, which I'll share after this feedback survey in the coming slide. I would highly appreciate taking 2 minutes to fill in this survey. 2-minute survey, less than 2 minutes. How many minutes do I last? Okay. Yeah, it's the hour is here or the time? I didn't see that. Thank you. Thank you so much for who did that. I'm almost done, and I hope you enjoyed the session and the whole day. I want to leave you with the barcode for who didn't scan it, but this is our email. Please contact and reach if you need any further communication regarding any of the workshops or the summer school or any information about the workshop itself. I'm very happy to be answering your queries. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Iman Shadi, for guiding us through that session. I appreciate your contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the conclusion of the 4th AlBaraka Summit, it is my honor to invite a distinguished leader to deliver our closing remarks. This speaker has been closely involved in guiding the vision of this summit, ensuring that our conversations, insights, and collaborations throughout the past 2 days are not only captured, but translated into actionable ideas for the future of the Islamic economy. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the Director of International Relations at the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development, Ms. Alia Jafar, who will officially close our summit.
Thank you, everyone. It is truly an honor for me to be here with all of you and to give the closing remarks of this incredible summit that I have seen evolve into a very rich and informative, insightful platform where each year I've seen the participation from across the world, from, OIC states as well as Muslim leaders from non-OIC states. It's truly amazing, and this is where I would like to give a big round of applause with your support for the AlBaraka team. Please. So as dear Afnan said that I will be sort of summarizing, I will not attempt to do that at all, only because these conversations are truly very technical, and the AlBaraka team will be putting together all that was shared for everyone, so please do continue to follow on the social platforms to see the total outcome document of the summit. I would also like to take a minute to appreciate my awe for Sheikh Saleh Kamil. It is really, for me, his exemplary service, not just for Muslims, but for non-Muslims, through instruments created in perpetuity that today, even after he's passed on, his legacy continues to enrich all of us. And that is something which truly, for me, is heartwarming. For those of you now who are not familiar with the Islamic Chamber of Commerce, I'd like to briefly share that we are an OIC affiliate. OIC is the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. It's the second largest multilateral after the United Nations. And as an affiliate body, we represent the private sector of the 57 member states, as well as Muslim businesses in the non-OIC countries. Our partnership with AlBaraka Summits is strategic in the sense that we want to create awareness about the Islamic economic principles and the benefits for the business community as well as the countries. And so we are bringing in our members to, one, share their experiences, but also to learn. Because for us, AlBaraka Summit truly is a platform for knowledge creation as well as disseminating knowledge. You know, and so in today's day and age where we have all different kinds of narratives about Muslims, about the Islamic economy, it's important that we bring clarity for all of us, including the Muslims as well. I hope, and I'm sure, you all have enjoyed the 2 days as much as I have, and take back some of the recommendations as action points for next year when we meet again for the 5th AlBaraka Summit in London during November. And this time, we will be reviewing the theme of ethics, internal construction, and external revitalization of Islamic economy. When ethics take root in the depth of the economy, growth emerges from within and radiates outward to the world. A call to revive the spirit of Islamic economies from its moral essence to its global presence. Reviving the ethical values embedded in the depths of Islamic economy and translating them into services, products, and financing models restores the balance between profit and responsibility, and between moral foundations and developmental outcomes. In an era of mounting economic challenges and complex developmental paths, ethics emerge as an indispensable foundation of Islamic economics. When values are deeply rooted within the economic system, growth arises from within and radiates outward to the world. From this perspective, we call for the revival of the spirit of Islamic economics, from its moral essence to its global presence. We envision our ethical Islamic economy that restores the balance between profit and responsibility, between internal values and external development. Ethics are not an ornament to the economy. They are at its source and a driving force. For inner construction, civilization takes flight. Let us shape the world through our Islamic values. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening, and inshallah, hope to see you tomorrow at London Halal Forum at Excel London. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jafar, for those closing remarks. Well, this summit has been a remarkable journey for me. I'm assuming for all of you as well, filled with insight, inspiration, collaboration. As we leave London and return to our countries, communities, and workplaces, I hope that we can carry with us not only the lessons that we learned over the last 2 days, but the inspiration to act, to innovate, and to collaborate. On behalf of the organizers, I want to sincerely thank every speaker, panelist, facilitator, and participant for making this summit a success. I'd like to thank the amazing AlBaraka team. I'd like to thank our technical team behind the scenes that have been working tirelessly with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the 4th AlBaraka Summit. Safe travels, stay inspired, and let's continue to shape the future of Islamic economy together. Have a great evening.